Testing, testing, one, two, three. Hello. This is Jake Light, Gaming Lawyer at your service. Today we'll be doing again our legal investigations, and we're going into the community guidelines. All right. Previously we did already gone through, but only part of it, specifically the hateful conduct and harassment. So today we're going to do the rest of it because as far as content, as far as amount of things that we have to go through, it's not as much as the hateful conduct and harassment category. But we'll try to see if it's possible to finish the entire thing. Still quite a lot to go through. So in that case, I hope everyone is doing all right, having a good morning, a good night, or a good evening. All right. So without further ado, let me go and set up A, B, C, A. All right. Apologies, I have been not able to keep a good how to say demonstrate. Been streaming have been waking up pretty late. Not waking up pretty late. I've been staying up late. I have to do a lot of things. I do not have enough time, and I apparently do not have enough sleep as well. Because always after the streaming, I get tired, and I am unable to do other things that are required of me when I'm not streaming. Right, things set up. Oh no, there's two of me here. It really. All right, and we're moving on now. All right, moving on. Wait, let me put up the picture. Investigation. All right. Not sure why it's up. Showing always has a problem. All right. Be showing now. Okay. So we're again. This is Jake Light. As a lawyer, a lawyer who previously practiced some stuff, but mainly real estate. But I've looked into a lot of legal documents before, all acts, agreements, contracts, policies, and all that stuff. So I'm here just going to chat about or talk about, explain very simply, briefly, on the things that you might find find to be of use, importance, especially right now. We're still in Pride Month, right? There's a lot of really hateful things or bad stuff is going on during this month of celebration of our own identity, sexuality, and all that, right? So it's good to know what we can do, what is not supposed to be done in terms of when we are using Twitch, right? When you're using Twitch for streaming or for viewing as a viewer, right? Any user at all must comply with community guidelines, right? So we're going through the entire thing. Maybe, hopefully, the rest of the entire thing, right? Like I say, we already gone through the hateful conduct and harassment, and it was quite a lot of things to talk about, right? Because it involves so many things, which is specifically about discrimination, harassment, threats of violence, somewhat, but basically just being toxic, really being toxic on when you're chatting or when you're streaming, doing all sort of weird things, being spreading misinformation, all that stuff is all part of community guidelines, which was all probably most of it has in the hateful conduct and harassment has touched on, but they have their own categories, right? But we'll look into all of it again as if we have never read it before. So let's go to the community guidelines itself. Right, it's not showing. Show it to me. All right. So again, community guidelines. Let me always reintroduce you to the community guidelines, right? Community guidelines is a legally binding document that which you have to abide to. You are to comply with, because it is part of the terms of service, which term of service is binding to everyone, right? Not just streamers, everyone who uses Twitch here or there through apps, through anywhere possible, literally, where it is considered part of Twitch services. Yeah, service is a very wide, a very broad term. So anytime you go into a website of Twitch users, or you use apps related to Twitch, they are all they are all part of it, and they all must be complied by. You all must comply with the terms of service in it. Right? Is music loud? Is the music? I don't think the music's loud, right? Increase it tiny bit. I hope this is okay. If anyone else feels like telling me the music is too loud or something, or I'm too soft-spoken, let me know, alright? Alright. So yeah, community guidelines. It's basically not really technical, this document. It's all about some sort of you could say, Twitch's standpoint on morality, right? So that everyone can use the services, use Twitch without any concern for safety and how do you say, safety and comfort, I guess. Safety and comfort. So without further, we're just going to go through the first introduction to the legal documents again, all right? Also, if anyone does have any questions, feel free to ask. It doesn't have to be related to the community guidelines. You can talk about copyright. You can talk about in anything in general. You can even talk about YouTube. No problem with that. YouTube, Twitch, or other social media platforms, or even in real life stuff like your employment. You have employment issues. You have property issues. You have anything. If it's a civil one, a criminal one, we can talk about it. I'll see if I'm able to answer you. All right. So let's start off at Twitch again. I'm gonna read. I've read through all this, but we're gonna read through again for completion's sake. At Twitch, our mission is to provide the best shared social video experience created by our growing community, where creators and communities can interact safely. To achieve this goal, we ask that all users participate in such a way that promotes a friendly, positive experience for our global community, right? So yeah, this guideline is just for people to understand that Twitch has a moral standpoint where everyone has to follow, right? Whether you have your own own beliefs, own perspectives, own agendas, whatever you believe in, But when you're using the community guideline, when you're using Twitch services, you will have to follow the morality, the beliefs that, or you can say this neutral standpoint, the standard or the minimum requirement for everyone to be at peace with each other, right? You might disagree with someone, but these community guidelines should make it possible that no one is hurt any way possible, right? So yeah, to promote a friendly, positive experience for our global community. So not just your country, my country, or specific area or city. Everyone in this world must comply with community guidelines, right? So in addition to our terms of service, which I've previously explained, I've explained terms of service, the entire thing. You really should look through it as well if you have time, or if you do not have the time, you can go through my VOD. That's in YouTube as well. Read the entire thing almost for 7 hours. Probably don't have time, right? Anyways, we provide the following guidelines for our community. These guidelines fall under a common sense philosophy and apply to all user-generated content activity on in our services. Right, common sense philosophy. Contrary to popular belief, common sense is not common at all. It's only, I would say now more than ever, it's just a phrase to talk about things that are obvious. It should be obvious to us that it's wrong or right? But not common sense is not really that common in the sense. How should I explain it? Because common sense assumes that everyone or the majority of people are able to be rational, be logical in terms of interacting with things or people. But a lot of times when we are talking with someone, when we are trying to pass observation or judgment or our own opinion on something, it's always mostly based on our own knowledge, and our own knowledge isn't always part of the we are not how do you say, educated in the general information of the entire world. Most of the time, in particular countries or cities or religions, we are narrowed down quite intensely, quite dramatically to a specific way of thinking, specific way of understanding something, believing something, right? For them, their common sense is different to supposedly the majority, right? So common sense philosophy here really is just a way to say to just standard neutral or the most optimum point to make sure everyone is safe, everyone is not harming each other or whatever they are doing, for all the things that all the users are making generated content, as they say here, and activity on our service. This is considered a living document that we regularly update based on the evolution of the Twitch communities and service. So yes, this document supposedly is always updated very frequently, like every few months, supposedly. But as I can see, yeah, sort of. But this is news. Right now I'm browsing news. Almost every month there is something going on. except for June. June so far we have nothing yet. All right. No, nothing about that, on that. But soon, probably soon, because there's been a bunch of things that have been happening, which Twitch has said they will update us, like the content labeling fiasco. In any case, let's go back to community guidelines. All right. So it's not just reading this community guidelines, especially for Twitch streamers, affiliates, and above. Make sure you read them. Right. Make sure you read them, so that you don't do anything that is in contradiction with the community guideline. Anyways, let's continue. Hello, Ray. Hello, Ray. Welcome to the stream. Hope you are doing all right. How is your day? We are talking about community guidelines right now. We're just starting. All right. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. Anyways, let's continue. Additional guidelines or specific exceptions may be applicable for certain services or properties under the Twitch service. So there are always exceptions or additional stuff that we have to talk about, or they will add, or Twitch will add. So it's not just this page of community guidelines that you have to go through. There's a tons of different things. Like last time we did was the hateful conduct and harassment. They have their own page over here. So this, I would say, is an additional guideline. It is very long. It's very long, but it's a very how do you say, insightful document to read. Not just to know what is wrong, what is right, but also things that Twitch specifically specifies is wrong, which is very interesting. Some things I even have not known. I wouldn't think it isn't right. In any case, let's move on. All right. So at last, it says, to protect the integrity of our community as a provider of the service, we at Twitch reserve the right to suspend any account at any time for any conduct that we determine to be inappropriate or harmful. So if you do not comply with the community guidelines, you are susceptible to actions being taken against you by Twitch. So what actions? These actions are removal of content, a strike on the account, and or suspension of accounts. Please refer to this page for more details about suspension, which I've actually gone through a bit on this, because it's not a big document. But the important thing in here for you to know is over here, right? So let me tell you is that yes, by right, when you do not comply with community guidelines, Twitch is supposed to be doing something about it, right? If it's been brought to their attention. But of course, when it is brought to their attention, it is up to them to see whether they want to take actions on those reports, right? So they say, of course, they will have to say this, right? They say they have a number of factors into consideration when we review reports of violations, including the intent and context, the potential harm to the community, legal obligations, and others. So whenever someone reports something, they will have to consider a few things, right? The intent, the context of it, the potential harm to the community, and legal obligations and others. Intent and context. I don't think I should explain this, but let me try. Meaning, say you could possibly do something that is on the surface breaching community guidelines, but we have to look into the intent. One into the intent and context, and what this means is, for example, if let's say we were talking about sex discrimination, gender discrimination, all that stuff, right? uh, by context, by not without considering the intent or context. By rights, we shouldn't be talking about these things because it's sensitive and people might not want to listen to it or something like that. So there are only a few exceptions, or or now in our case, the intent and context of why we talk about these things. So, of course, we last time we talked about the hateful contact and harassment. So one of the exceptions was the when you're talking about those things, it has to be in the context of educational purposes or satirical nature. Satirical. I'm not sure how to pronounce it, but meaning to say you should not be encouraging whatever you're talking about in terms of that, which would be violating Twitch community guidelines. You shouldn't be encouraging. So basically, in our example, you shouldn't be encouraging people to discriminate certain groups of people just by their skin color, their religion, their race, their nationality, all that stuff, right? But if it is to, how do you say, educate people why this is wrong, why this is not good for people to do so, and it is an exception. Right? We can't joke about it unless we unless we are talking in a sense that it's satirical, meaning to say we shame it, we humiliate people who do those things, who we do not encourage them. We simply see them as something that no kind person would ever do, right? Only people who are intentionally trying to do harm would say those things, right? Whether that harm comes in the physical or mental form. And of course, it will also say potential harm to the community. So potential harm to the community, very vague, could mean that vague in the sense that it doesn't say specifically who in the community, how many people in the community, because it's not really feasible to say like one person is hurt, but can't feasibly to say if that action only hurts one person and it shouldn't be done for the entire community, right? So I would say this is how I interpreted it. One way to interpreting it is, even if, let's say, what example can I give? If, let's say, an obvious one, I guess the only thing I can think of is an obvious one, is like encouraging people to harm someone, to hurt someone, whether mentally or physically. If that is the person, how do you say, doing it, and if we are stopping that person from encouraging all this negative stuff, and it only harms very small portion of community, because we have to be realistic, realistic about this, is that there are always a portion of people in the community, probably in the minority, hopefully it's the minority, that will be will have malicious intent, right? They will want to be hurtful to others for whatever reason they have given themselves, justifies themselves to do so. But that is how a community is. There is always going to be those bad eggs in the community. So this is trying to say, those bad eggs, if those bad eggs are saying that what they are doing is right and they are reporting against the people for some reason, and of course Twitch will not protect these people, right? You can't let these people do harm, because if their justification is, if they can't do what they do and it's harming them, it's not good for the entire community. It's potentially harmful to the majority of the community, right? So I hope that I make that easier to understand. I hope so. Of course, then there are legal obligations and others. Of course, Twitch is situated in the United States, right? So legal obligations here mostly refers to U.S. laws. So if there is a federal or specific state law, I think Twitch is situated in California or something, then they have to follow the laws in their country, in their state. So they can't simply say whether it allows them to suspend someone or not. Depends on what we are talking about, right? But that's legal obligations. If the law tells them they have to do certain things, if Twitch have to do certain things, they have to. Or the opposite can be done as well. If the law tells them they don't have to do anything about it, they can not do anything about it. So same goes for not just laws, that if let's say there is a court order or something like that, forcing them to do something or forcing them not to do something, right? And others, very vague. It says others. So I've talked about this before. So in my opinion, this is just my opinion only, is that Twitch is possibly telling you, of course they are going to consider the intent, the context, the potential harm to community, legal obligations, but they have to consider them other things, in which this case is company interests, because Twitch by itself is a company, and most companies are set up, established to do one thing, to make money. All right, we don't have to beat the bush around. To make money, to make a profit, to have a certain reputation in the global market, right? So that they continue to exist without any problems. So of course, why I'm saying this is because most of the time, if Twitch doesn't take any actions, it's mostly because it's one of the main things they will think about, their profits. Would it affect their profit if they take actions or do not take actions against a certain person or a certain group of people? So yes, and that's why you will see a lot of top streamers that there is like money bags for, how do you say, money printing machines for Twitch, would not really get any serious actions taken against them. Maybe a 1 day ban, 1 week ban, and that's it, right? Just to tell them don't do it again. Hopefully but most of the time it's don't do it again until it is too bad and we have to take actions against you, because money is money, but reputation is one thing as well, right? Twitch has to keep a certain level of reputation so that people will think, or people will believe that it's a service that they can feel safe to use, right? In any case, I've gone on too much about this, but it is part of the community guidelines to talk about, since not complying with it will result in these actions taken against them. Warnings, suspensions, right? Warnings and suspensions. Of course, there are other things like banning, terminating your account, and all that stuff is found elsewhere, which should be in the terms of service as well. In any case, let's move on. All right, so we're going to go to our first category. We're going to go through all the categories for this one. All right. Hopefully, it's going to be a short one, and I don't have to be to talk about it too much in length, but we'll see. Right, breaking the law. Very simple, right? You must respect all applicable local, national, international laws while using our services. Any content or activity featuring or encouraging, offering or soliciting illegal activity is prohibited. This includes committing or aiding in the malicious destruction, displacement, or theft of of public or another person's private property without permission on stream, right? So it talks about something very broadly and tells you something like a sample, like a example of what this means, right? So of course, even though Twitch is situated in the United States, its services are global in nature. So it's safe to assume that when you're using this, you have to understand that there are certain, not just United States laws you have to comply with, but as well as other laws. If, let's say, whatever you are doing would be under the jurisdiction of your local law, international law, national law, other than United States, right? So how do you say? How they give an example of this is when a person, when they're doing a vlogging, in real life stream of sorts, if they are shown to be destroying something, defacing something, or stealing something from a person's private property, then yes, even though technically you're not doing anything in Twitch itself, you're doing something in your personal vicinity, it is still breaking the law. And with this community guideline, they are telling you it is something that Twitch is not allowed. Is prohibited, right? That's how agreements work. Even though, let's say they tell you, even though you can try to argue that Twitch is situated in United States alone and should be complying with United States law only, but with the community guideline, it can be far-reaching and very broadly written. So this is one of the ways it can still apply to you, whether you're doing something illegal in Twitch or in your own place, in your own country, right? You could be doing something that is how do you say? You could be doing something legal in United States in Twitch services, but if it's illegal in your country, then it is wrong. Then no, it's not wrong per se. Then it is something you can't do. Can't do over here. Well, can't provide it as a content for Twitch, right? So anything that features encourage, offering, or soliciting illegal activity is prohibited, right? So there's no way to really, I would say, avoid this or have a loophole for this one, because it's worded in a way that is quite general, right? Simple enough, nothing really to talk about unless you have questions. We're moving on, but let me drink some water first. All right, so now we're moving on to suspension evasion, right? All suspensions are binding until expiration or removal upon successful appeal. Any attempt to circumvent an account suspension or chat ban by using other accounts' identities or by appearing on another user's account will also result in an additional enforcement against your accounts, up to an indefinite suspension. Right, so if you have been suspended, I guess in a way, if you're banned, you try to create another account just to come in and use Twitch, found out to be true, found out you're doing this, of course, obviously, you're not supposed to do that. But of course, then again, you can say that how would Twitch know about that? I would say for most circumstances, probably Twitch will not find out unless it is something very serious and very obvious that it is happening. Like say a person that is consistently harassing someone, a streamer or a viewer, we openly, all right, they get banned, they come back again, they get banned, they come back again, and it will be very obvious. Then Twitch will probably be able to find a way to straight up ban them more strictly. Right. In addition, it is prohibited to use your channel to knowingly feature. Let me try to. Wow, next song. The song was weird. In addition, it is prohibited to use your channel to knowingly feature or advertise a suspended user. This is something I do not necessarily know about. We understand that there may be instances where suspended users may appear on your stream due to circumstances beyond your control, such as through third-party gaming tournaments. But we expect that you make a good faith effort to remove them from your broadcasts, mute them, or otherwise limit their interactions with your stream. So what they are trying to say is, if let's say someone has been banned, suspended, then you, if you're related to that person one way or another, you should not be showing any content, any how do you say, advertisement or promotion or anything like that for that suspended user. So they gave an example, which is tournaments, which I guess makes sense. Let's say they are banned, but they are still participating in a tournament that is not related to Twitch. Then yeah, it is up. This gives a really how do you say, strong responsibility, a strict responsibility for those people, for us streamers. Make sure the people that we interact with is not banned, suspended for breaching the community guidelines or anything else. Meaning to say, it's one way to also interpret this is, let's say we are collabing with someone, and that someone is not part of Twitch because they were banned specifically, and you can't collab with that person, all right? Even though, let's say they are streaming in YouTube, and they are not streaming in Twitch because they are banned, and can't do that according to this category. You can't stream with someone who has been banned in Twitch, all right? Or interacting with them in any way possible. That's what they are trying to say. Prohibit to use your channel to knowingly feature or advertise a suspended user. Feature. I would include it as collaborating with someone. Advertising. Collaborating with someone as well. Or how do you say, unknowingly say something like, oh, this person was banned on Twitch, you should go check him on YouTube, he's doing content over there now. And there will be obviously advertising for that person who's been banned from Twitch, which you can't do. Whether that suspension or ban was not justified or justified, in this community guidelines it tells you that you can't do that, right? Keep it in mind, and I'll keep that in mind as well, because I do not know about this at all. But yeah, that is suspension evasion. Let's move on. Then we have the self-destructive behavior. Activity that may endanger your life, lead to your physical harm, or encourage others to engage in physical harmful behavior is prohibited. This includes but is not limited to suicide threats, glorification or encouragement of self-harm, intentional physical trauma, illegal use of drugs, illegal drug or dangerous consumption of alcohol, and dangerous or distracted driving. Yes, I think this is. Yeah, you can say it's obvious and can say it's not obvious as well. This category of prohibited behavior, something that community guideline prohibits, right? I would say this happens a lot actually from the times I've been on other people's streams and my streams myself. People tend to talk about personal things, right? Personal things that might involve self-harm. In not maybe it's not suicide. Maybe it's not suicide. Maybe it's not actually harming yourself physically, but thoughts, right? Because they are talking about not just how do you say? They are talking about endanger your life, lead to your physical harm, or encourage others to engage in physical harmful behavior. So there are certain things that you might think you're not directly talking about self-harm, but would eventually lead to it, right? If you as the streamer or as the viewer do not control yourself, do not try to be careful when talking about these things, right? So most commonly, I would say people talk about their mental distress, mental illnesses or disorders, or however you want to put it, is a very delicate topic to talk about in a stream, in any context actually. So you have to not ignore these things, but at the same time not encourage them or try to be a therapist or anything like that, really, because we are not this is not a therapist platform for people to understand, right? But to clarify this is not a place for you to actually heal, to recover from any mental trauma that you've suffered in becoming in how do you say resulting in your current situation, right? This music is too upbeat. Let me change to classical. Maybe that's better. Erik Satie. I love this composer. But yeah. Yes, we can talk about these things because it's good to talk about this instead of keeping it to yourself and letting it brood, and by the time you want to let it out, it's probably not soon enough. Probably have done some damage. But yeah, we as the streamers, we are not therapists. The most we can do is acknowledge or understand what people are going through, right? What they are going through. But we are in no position to really give any proper advice to people. We are not in a position to give any suggestions or recommendations on what to do or how to treat whatever you're going through, right? But at the same time, it's very difficult. I know a lot of people are unable to really do this. I myself, I don't think I am capable of doing it as well. But yeah, try not to, as they say, trauma dump on a channel, trauma dump on a stream. We can listen to like the general things that you're going through, but to just dump everything on a stream, unless you really know the streamer and the streamer really knows you, vice versa, and I would say still circumstantial. You still have to see if other people are okay with it, right? Not just you and that specific person. But yeah, how should I add this as well? Because I have things, I myself, I have problems, the things I talk about, but I don't go into very much detail. But then again, we have to constantly tell ourselves that it's not the end of the world. It's not the solution. Harming yourself is not the solution. Drowning yourself in that state of mind is not a solution. Yes, yeah, that's what I'm trying to figure out saying. Do not keep yourself in a negative state of mind for too long. You have to vet it out somewhere. If not if you can try a bit on streams that allows it, right? Always see if streamers allows it. If not, don't do it. If they allow it, like myself, I allow a certain extent of serious things to be talked about, to be discussed. But yeah, the only thing I can say is don't keep it to yourself too much on this, and always not, how do you say, speak in a way that you're given up or something like that. That is how you are. I would say that is not true, because it is always possible to change. Always possible to. There's always a new day. You can do something about it. You can try to improve yourself. A lot of times I think I'm not good enough. I think things are hopeless, or I'm not improving enough, or I'm not doing enough, or how do you say? Because in adult life, there are a lot of things that you, whether it's internal or external, people, you have obligations to do. You have certain standards to reach, whether it's imposed by yourself or by other people. So I get that there is a lot of stress, trying to go through day to day. But speaking in the point at the end, the only thing we can do is really talk about it. Talk to people about it. At least people that would listen to you, especially therapists and all that. Those are the ones that you really, I would say, I've never gone to a therapist myself before, but that people I've heard gone through it, has worked for them for a lot, right? It is very useful for them, and I think that's true in some extent, because I myself, I have several people in my life that I've talked to that has helped me as well, whether or not they're therapists or not. At least the people that are at least the people that you listens to you and are understanding of what you go through, right? So yeah, I think I've tried to take this matter seriously. Should be enough, but yes, anything possible, anything really. At the end, try not to give yourself up. Try not to be in that state of mind. Whether it will lead to physical harm or not, it is always good to talk about it in a positive matter. Don't talk about it as if it's a daily thing. Like I'm sleeping late, but that is like how it's very simple thing. Like if I'm sleeping late, or if I just word in a way to say like I'm sleeping late, but that's okay. That's how life is. I will never be able to have a proper sleeping schedule. Might be funny, right? Might be funny to a certain extent. But if let's say you're constantly thinking like that and constantly talking like that, it's not actually good. It whether it'll affect yourself or not, it's one thing, but it definitely there's a possibility that will affect other people's if you constantly talk like that, right? Every time, if let's say every time you stream or every time you go to another person's stream, and the first thing you talk about is always that your life sucks or you're not doing something good enough, eventually people will be affected. Eventually people will feel uncomfortable, or either uncomfortable or will relate to you, but in a less improving, but more I'm going down this road as well. And since you're like that, I suppose I am unable to return or improve myself. So I think that's how I think about it. Whenever I try to, whenever I'm doing something that, whenever I say something that is of a semi-public nature, specifically on Twitter or something like that, I try to think, should I tweet this out? Should I say this thing out in the public? Would it actually be good to talk about it? Right? Should I be negative about it? Should I rant about something, complain or something often or not? I always think about it because, as you know, streamers, people with influence on others, have a much more. Yeah, that's one other thing. People who create content, people who entertain people, are inevitably influencers as well, in a more serious sense. Not like Instagram feel influencers or something like that, but actual influencers, people who are able to persuade others in changing their lifestyle, in their behavior, or anything like that. That's us. So what I'm trying to say is, be careful with what we say, because yeah, we don't want to pretend that we are happy, but at the same time we don't want to encourage ourselves or let ourselves become stuck in a state of mind that we can't recover from. But in reality, it is possible to recover from. Right? Maybe not through sheer willpower, but through other people's help. That's what I'm saying. If you need medication for it, make sure your therapist or whoever gives you the recommendation. If you need therapist treatments, all that stuff, by all means do it. Right? Get yourself. You are worth it. Right? Your life is your life is your own. You have to do everything possible to make yourself happy, because we only have a life to live, right? Try to make it try to make it the best of it, and not try to get yourself stuck or even worse. All right, but okay, I think I've talked a bit too much. We'll have to move on now. All right, move on. So So anytime we talk, anytime we have a chat, we try not to talk about suicide threats or suicide itself, or glorification or encouragement of self-harm, intentional physical trauma, illegal use of drugs, illegal or dangerous consumption of alcohol, and dangers of distracted driving. Yeah. So whenever people say they are drunk or something, I do not encourage that. Or then they're drug, or they're on drugs, I do not encourage that. Because I do not know whether it's illegal, whether it's legal or not, what they are doing. Just tell them, be safe, be careful, right? Try to be safe, try to be careful. Right, then violence and threats. We are moving on to the next category. Acts and threats of violence will be taken seriously and are considered zero tolerance. Violations and all accounts associated with such activities will be indefinitely suspended. This includes, but is not limited to. I think this is not really. This is the more obvious category, but I guess it's a bit longer to tell you what things are considered harmful. Because people think violence and threats in the internet is inconsequential, but it is not. I do not know how many people think like that, but I hope not many. So yeah, attempts or threats to physically harm or kill others, attempts or threats to hack DDoS or SWAT others, use of weapons to physically threaten, intimidate, harm, or kill others. Right. Twitch does not allow content that depicts, glorifies, encourages, or supports terrorism or violent extremist actors or acts. This includes threatening to or encouraging others to commit acts that would result in serious physical harm to groups of people or significant property destruction. You may not display or link terrorist or extremist propaganda, including graphic pictures or footage of terrorist or extremist violence, even for the purposes of denouncing such content. Yep. So nothing like that. Right. Don't do. Twitch is telling you they have a very, very strict, supposedly very, very strict policy to not show any content of violent or real life violent nature and real life terrorism. Okay? Even for the purposes of denouncing the content. Alright. And it says, in situations where a user has lost control of their broadcast due to severe injury, medical emergency, police action, or being targeted with serious violence, we will temporarily remove the channel and associated content. Wow. Has it? Yeah, I guess it's possible that that would reach this extent of seriousness. To severe injury, medical emergency, police action, or being targeted with very serious violence. Wow. I'm curious to see how fast can Twitch react on these situations. I mean, it's possible when a streamer is suddenly ill, suddenly injured for whatever reason. I guess it's really, really up to the viewers to do something about it. If the viewers did not report it, I don't know. This is a very serious thing. If someone was streaming and they were injured or would not allow them to continue streaming as normal, this is a tough one. This is a tough one to consider. But I guess this is not about breaching community guidelines, more towards what happens if it does happen when people do violence and threats while people are streaming. Right. Hopefully Twitch is able to take actions as they say, temporarily remove the channel and associated content. Right. In exceptional circumstances, we may preemptively suspend accounts when we believe an individual's use of Twitch poses a high likelihood of inciting violence. Then again, when I think about it, there's a lot of streamers that are quite toxic. Whether because why they are not have not been why action has not been taken against them, various reasons I probably assume, but yeah, there are streamers with a lot of followers, a lot of influence that have indirectly incited harm, whether it may not be violence, but a lot of streamers have incited harm to others because of certain reasons, or really illogical reasons, or whether illogical, inciting harm is not good. But it happens, and I'm not sure Twitch has done much in those situations. This is just personal opinion. Most likely, the real situation is probably very far from my assumptions. So take note of that. But yeah, so in weighing the risk of risk of harm, we consider individuals' influence, the level of recklessness in their past behaviors. Yes, so they are saying they see who they are and what sort of power they have over their supporters. Level of recklessness in their past behaviors, regardless of whether any past behavior occurred on Twitch. Right? They are saying they look into other places where they make content as well, whether or not there continues to be a risk of harm and a scale of ongoing threats. Right. So these are the violence and threats category. Should be simple enough to understand, right? Because we have already gone through hateful conduct and harassment, right? Most of it is talking about not harassing someone as well as not discriminating someone for many reasons, like race, ethnicity, color, caste, national origin, immigration status, religion, sex, gender identity, sexual orientation, disability, serious medical condition, and veteran status. All this is, I would say, the following protected characteristics, which we can say is like almost everything. But yeah, I've already talked about this, so I'm going to skip this. Right. Then we have unauthorized sharing of private information. Do not invade the privacy of others. It is prohibited to share content that may reveal private personal information about individuals or their private property without permission. This includes, but is not limited to, sharing personally identifiable information, such as real name, location, or ID, sharing restricted or protected social profiles or any information from those profiles, sharing content that violates another's reasonable expectation of privacy, for example, streaming from a private space without permission. Right. So even let's say your country doesn't have a right to privacy, right? Doesn't mean that you yourself can commit those acts of invading other people's privacy. So over here, if you say you're making any content that is involving of other people's personal data and all that stuff, it is not permitted. Period. Right. And that includes viewers that is watching any streamers, and if the streamers accidentally share some sort of information that will identify them personally, do not try to do that. Don't try to do that ever. Right? Don't think it's funny. Don't think it's cheeky or anything like that. No one thinks it's funny. All right, it is dangerous. It is something that is possibly will harm the streamer, whether or not, even if it's not by you but by someone else, right? Someone might use that information to do harm to those streamers. So think about that, right? Of course, then we are going to move on to the next one. Impersonation. Content or activity meant to impersonate an individual or organization is prohibited. Any attempts to misrepresent yourself as a member of Twitch representatives is a zero tolerance violation and will result in indefinite suspension. Right. This category only has 2 sentences. It's really, I don't think there's not really much to explain this. Because if you try to be someone you're not, for whatever reason, it's wrong, right? It's wrong. And I'm guessing impersonation here might be things like trying to pretend to be a celebrity, or trying to be another streamer, trying to be another famous figure, anything like that, I guess, or pretend to be a part of a company representative, anything like that, I would say, is considered impersonation. And that is not right, and that is not tolerated. Whether it's to be funny, to do a comedy bit, is not right, apparently, in this, and for Twitch's community guidelines. Of course, they have to spell this out. Don't pretend to be Twitch employees or representatives. I guess people have done that. I think maybe I don't know why people want to pretend to be Twitch representatives. Maybe they think when they become an affiliate or a partner, they think they are considered an employee of Twitch or something like that. I don't know. If people have, I don't know. It's another thing. It's one of those other things that I'm not sure whether it's common sense or not. Right? Not sure whether the thousands, 100,000s of people that are affiliates have read through the affiliate agreement or their partnership agreement. I have no idea. Because not everyone is a lawyer like myself, so there's possibility that even if they read the affiliate agreement, they do not understand it. But yeah, hello Arion. Hello. Good evening to you, or good night to you. How are you? Are you doing well? I'm reading through the Twitch's community guidelines. The motion of the hands you scratch, really good texture. Thanks. It's a weird texture though. Right, in that case, let's move on. Account usernames and display names. In order to ensure that our community is safe and inclusive, inappropriate account names that violate our community guidelines are prohibited. We also recognize that an account's username has more impact across our services than many other forms of content, because they are persistent, cross-functional, and in most cases much more visible. Why do you emphasize that? Because of this, we have additional higher standards for usernames based on reducing harm across our services. Usernames and display names created on Twitch may not include breaking the law, including terrorism and child exploitation. Understandable. Violence and threats. Understandable. I've not seen a username that is like that, but okay. Probably if there was, it's probably been banned. Hateful conduct, harassment and sexual harassment, unauthorized sharing of private information, impersonation. All right, about harassment. I'm guessing Twitch does not allow things like stalker in their name or creep, or anything like that. Because even though it might mean something else, but still, the original meaning of it could be bad. But that's me. I might have seen someone use some things like that, but not sure, can't remember. But yeah, impersonation, glorification or natural or violent tragedies, self-destructive behavior, references to recreational drugs, hard drugs, and drug abuse with exceptions for alcohol, tobacco, and marijuana. Okay, apparently any drugs is not, you can't use any drug as your name except alcohol, tobacco, and marijuana. So meaning to say you can put vodka in your name, you can put weed in your name, or you can put smoke cigarettes or cigar in your name. Okay. And references to sexual acts, genital or sexual fluids. Alright, it's easy enough. Username policies and enforcement. I think this is... Did I read through this? Probably not, because I don't think this is really something I need to go into in depth. Yeah, they're talking about usernames, unless, I don't know, I don't see this as something people should really know about, but okay. Unless you want me to read through the entire policy on usernames, let me know. But we'll be moving on now. Spam, scams, and other malicious conduct. This one. I hate this one. Any content or activity that disrupts, interrupts, or harms or otherwise violates the integrity of Twitch services or another user's experience or devices is prohibited. Such activity includes posting large amounts of repetitive, unwanted messages or user reports. Alright. Distributing unauthorized advertisements. Alright. So this one, posting large amount of repetitive unwanted messages or user reports. Yeah, this is spammers. We've not really seen persons spamming yet. Maybe very once in a blue moon, but it's not, probably because I've set my chat to followers only. And that's one thing. This is all an inclusive topic I'm going to discuss, but let's move on to this one. Phishing. Actually, I don't really know what phishing is. It's an attack that attempts to steal your money or your identity by getting you to reveal personal information. Right, understand. Defrauding others. Spreading malware or viruses. Misinformation, such as feigning distress, posting misleading metadata, or intentional channel miscategorization. Intentional channel miscategorization. We don't want to talk about content labeling. The harmful misinformation actors. Right, tampering, such as artificially inflating a follower or live viewer stats. Ooh. People have been doing that. Okay. Selling or sharing user accounts. Reselling Twitch services or features such as channel moderator status. Selling or sharing user accounts. Alright. Just reselling Twitch service or features. All right, meaning to say people have what, sell moderator status? I feel like moderate status is something that people voluntarily do, though. Why would people buy a mod status? I'm guessing for reputation or rep. Like, say, if someone is a famous streamer's moderator, I guess that's people want to be that, I guess. Or else, defacing or attempting to deface website pages or other Twitch services, such as uploading inappropriate or malicious content. Cheating a Twitch reward system, such as the drops or channel point systems. Interesting. So yeah, this is very common. Spam, scams, and all this stuff is very common on Twitch. If you do not have the appropriate protections or restrictions or moderations, like I do, if people do not know or people are not watching and do know about this, I put my chat on follower mode only. There's multiple reasons for it, right? One of it is being, well, mainly it's just being, we do not want bots to come in and chat. Bots are the thing that I think Twitch will never get rid of or unable to get rid of. Basically, these bots are usually advertising about getting followers, getting subscribers, or getting viewers. Those are very common. If you do not have follow mode or subscriber mode, they will appear no matter what. Whatever stream you're doing, they will appear at least once or twice, depending on how famous you are, I guess, how high up you are. But yeah, it's something that they will do. The other would be the casual passerby, people that just come here to hang for like less than 5 minutes, 10 minutes, like that, to see what you're streaming and just say something unnecessary, and after that they are gone. And that's what I do not want as well. People who come here just to make a comment on what I'm doing and not really interested or not really following or supporting my content. They just want to give their peace of mind and skedaddle. Those are the people that I don't like as well, right? If they want to follow me and still say something like that and then unfollow, that's their prerogative. At least that's one step harder for them to do, right? To just say something not nice at all. That's one other thing. Then of course there are those people, then there are those that are just coming by to say harmful things, say bad things. Those are the ones that we don't want. No one but nobody likes. So really, the only time I've encountered a very problematic user that bypasses everything, every protection I have at that time was one of those. I think they are much more advanced bots. It's one of those GFX designers, graphic designer bots. I think they are bots, or at least they are some sort of scammer company or something like that, which really is all about trying to. I'm not sure if they are legit, but probably not legit at all. They they advertise in trying to tell you they do art commissions, overlay designs, all that stuff. They are probably real people. It's just that not with good intentions, at least, or maybe fraudulent in nature at worst. Meaning to say, even now, let me tell you, even let's say let's be honest, all right? Even let's say they are legit, they are actual artists. But coming to another person's channel, coming to another person's stream, just to tell them to follow them, to see what they are offering, is very, very unethical. It's very wrong. It's very disrespectful to the people that are streaming, making content. Right? It's disruptive. I only that one time and no other time after that. I think it was when I was playing the Purge 2, fighting a very stressful boss fight. This person almost seemed genuine in what I was playing, but apparently not. Every other time they were commenting on my stream, they were also harassing me to go and follow them on Twitter. And apparently, what I found out, they are a graphic designer. Those GFX you always see on Twitter, where they are, where in their account there's always the GFX designer, and their portfolio has always the very, very generic stream icon designs, profile designs, overlay designs, where you can see everywhere for some reason. I have no idea. It's like, is it really that easy to make, like, those sort of is there a template or something? I do not know. Anyways, yes, that is why we have this. That is why I have these protections, right? As well as specific rules for my channel. No advertisement, specifically. That's something I really, really don't like. As well as any political or religious discussions, unless prompted, of course. But then again, nothing to no conversation. Not the conversations won't really be too deep or anything like that. But in any case, let's move on, shall we? Okay, then there's the misinformation actors. All right. I've not encountered this, but because normally I vet through my mutuals. I vet through my mutuals. I vet through sometimes my viewers as well. Really, I'm being really honest. I'm a person who wants to know, who wants to learn someone, understand someone, know what they are doing. Very curious. I'm a very curious person. Not necessarily because I do not trust anyone or something like that. It's more like I want to know who they are, since they are viewing me, they are interested in me, they are supporting me. I want to understand what their content is as well, or who they are as a person. Of course, normally people would say, just talk to them. It's a simple way of knowing someone. I would say I'm not a social person, as probably a lot of people would understand now. Most of the time, I am a lurker on other people's streams, as well as I follow certain people on Twitter, and yeah, I value my. What I'm trying to get is I value my community. I'm trying to build a community that is comfortable, safe, open-minded, and kind and generous. All right. I do not want anyone that is trying to propagate a certain view that will discriminate someone or harm someone or a group of people, whoever they are. Right. So let's read this entire thing, right? Then I'll tell you a story. Again, a story that happened not too long ago, where as my career in vertical was began this year. Right, harmful misinformation actors. In order to reduce harm to our community and the public without undermining our streamers, open dialogue with their communities. We also prohibit harmful information super spreaders who persistently share misinformation on or off of Twitch. We seek to remove users whose online presence is dedicated to number one, persistently sharing, number two, widely disproven and broadly shared, number three, harmful misinformation topics. This policy is focused on Twitch users who persistently share harmful misinformation. It will not be applied to users based upon individual statements or discussions that occur on the channel. All three of the criteria listed above must be satisfied in order for us to take action on an account. We will evaluate whether a user violates the policy by assessing both their on-platform behavior as well as their off-platform behavior. You can report these actors by sending an email to with account name and any available supporting evidence. Right. Wow. This seems like an impossible task. All three criteria listed must be satisfied in order for us to take action on an account. Right. They have to persistently share something that is widely disproven and broadly shared, and harmful misinformation topics. Right. So it can't be just anything that is untrue. That's what they're saying. It has to be untrue. It also has to be widely spread, and it's harmful. Harmful, untrue, and widely spread. Right. Then only you can be considered a harmful misinformation actor. And I'm guessing this is really recent. The word misinformation or misrepresentation was not in my vocabulary before the pandemic. To be honest. Only recently I've keep hearing, only these couple of years I've keep hearing this word, and for reasons that is of importance. All right. Below we provide a short list of non-comprehensive examples. All right. However, misinformation evolves rapidly, and we continue to update these guidelines in topic categories as new trends and behaviors emerge. Right. Misinformation targets protected groups. Right. I've read this entire thing. I know what they are talking about. They are talking about things like disease, stereotypes, beliefs, agendas, all that stuff that are supposedly whenever they refer those things, they are always targeting a certain group of people. Yeah. Next, we have harmful health misinformation and widespread conspiracy theories related to dangerous treatments, COVID-19 and COVID-19 vaccine misinformation. Discussions of treatments that are known to be harmful without noting dangers of such treatments. Right. For COVID-19 and other WHO declared public health emergency of international concern, PHEIC, misinformation that causes imminent physical harm or is part of a broad conspiracy. Misinformation promoted by conspiracy networks tied to violence and or promoting violence. Civic misinformation that undermines the integrity of a civic or political process. Promotion of verifiably false claims related to the outcome of a fully vetted political process, including election rigging, ballot tampering, vote telling, or election fraud. Yep, I know what this is talking about. This is talking about United States. Eh, okay. In instances of public emergencies, wildfires, earthquakes, active shootings, we may also act on misinformation that may impact public safety. So there's the asterisk over here, over that one. Yeah. So if that documents have these like asterisks, it means there's something extra they have to tell you about. Right. So they have something more to tell you about this civic misinformation. In order to evaluate civic misinformation claims, we work with independent misinformation experts such as the Global Disinformation Index, as well as information from election boards and congressional certification. Right? So they are trying to say they have take this very, very seriously because, as far as they know, this sort of misinformation could be considered a federal crime in the United States. All right? If they don't do anything like that, probably the FBI will knock on their Twitch doors, maybe. But yeah, so I have a story I want to really always mention about, right? Right, I don't want to eat. This is probably too long. What I want to talk about is my community. All right. One thing about my community is I want to be open-minded, right? Accept anyone inside into my community, which would promote, like, yeah, I always have an exception over here. It's really sensible to say this is we want, right? Everyone wants a peaceful, happy community, right? To have that sort of environment, we always promote being. We always try to be kind. We always promote, encourage everyone else to be kind as well, right? Not to harm people, not to say bad things, not to actually do physical harm to other people, right? But apparently that is not possible, even in our community. Of course, in any community. What I'm trying to say is, yeah, but specifically my community, at least the things that I'm able to control, able to take a stand on or call on, have some sort of authority over or some sort of responsibility for, right? Responsibility. So obviously, right now, it's been a couple of months already. It's been what? It's 6 months, almost 6 months now. I've been doing this, and yeah, there will be a thing that I'll be doing for my 6-month anniversary. But yeah, I've been very open about this. Is even though I'm a Malaysian, right? I am very open to the LGBTQIA plus community, and in supportive of the minority community, the people that are discriminated. I'm trying to say, accepting of all those people, right? Just for existing, really, right? Not talking about anything, just for existing. I am I welcome everyone in that sense, whether whatever religion they practice or cultural view they have. I accept everyone, except for those that are harmful to whatever actions that would cause harm to other people, right? No matter where they are, what sense they are, what sort of people they are. So one thing I did when I started out as a content creator this year February was I think made a statement around March or April. I can't remember. I can't really recall. A lot of things happened during this several months. I openly tweeted out that I am in supportive of the queer community, and I think that has affected my how do you say growth, local growth, because I know that not a lot of Malaysians. This is just true. This is just true. Nothing. It's not really a personal opinion. Is that a lot of Malaysians are conservative about it, whether they because of religion or culture. We are still, as I always try to describe it, we are still in a state of purgatory. There are things that we are okay with, there are certain things we are not okay with. For some reason, we are being hypocritical right now. But most Malaysians, not most Malaysians, there's a large part of Malaysians that are not accepting of the queer community, the LGBTQIA plus community. They hold very strong opinions on them, right? Opinions that are originated from very, very biased, very narrow beliefs that are causing harm, right? For example, just thinking for someone identifying in certain sexual orientation or sex or gender is considered wrong or considered a choice they could make, a choice that can be changed, and something they would not encourage. Of course, they would never encourage, would not even speak of, and if they do speak of, it's something of very, very dismissive nature, right? So when I started out as a content creator, going on a tangent right now, I was really like trying to be part of the local community as well. I was trying to be part of the VTuber community in Malaysia, but it's very hard. There is a disconnect from I'm not sure. People can correct me, but this is just my personal view, right? I feel that the Malaysian community, Malaysian VTuber community, is separate from the entire world, right? Their focus is very Malaysian VTubers community. Their focus is solely on Malaysians for some reason. Anyone else is just incidental to them. Any other VTubers that are not in Malaysia are incidental to it, which is I find very weird. And at the same time, even if they say they are interacting with international VTubers, it's almost as if they are on a superficial stance only in terms of the queer community, LGBTQIA plus community, because they wouldn't even let's say you're transsexual, you're bisexual, you're homosexual or anything like that, Malaysians would probably not say anything bad, right? But of course they will not support anything of that as well. They will not try to stand up for you if things go bad for you, in terms of if let's say you're part of a community, and if people discriminate you, if people talk bad about you, harass you for what your who you identify is, right? Malaysian VTubers would not take a stance on it. At least the community as a whole, or the, how do you say, the majority of the community, the groups that are existing in the Malaysian community, which I find very, very hypocritical, because it's very weird if you think about the VTuber concept, right? We are supposed to be accepting of anyone, absolutely, of whoever we are as a VTuber, because we're using a virtual avatar, right? There's always the possibility that someone's a transsexual, someone's a homosexual, someone's a bisexual, asexual, or anything like that, or identify as female, non-binary, all of that, right? VTubers, you can't see anything like that. You can't judge a book or judge a cover just by simply seeing a VTuber, and you can tell who they identify as, right? So it's real, and there's no restrictions to be a VTuber. No restrictions at all. You can be anything. You can be a demon, you can be an angel, you can be a cat, you can be a dog, you can be a fish, a killer whale, a demon. Did I say that already? A tree, a fictional, a fantasy fictional being, some humanoid, alien, anything. You can be anything at all. But for some reason, VTubers, Malaysian VTubers, cannot be open about it. Cannot be openly saying that they are okay with everything, okay with everyone, whoever they identify as. Right? It's utterly unsensed. It doesn't make sense at all to me, and that's why when I was on Twitter and saw something on Twitter that someone posted, which a Malaysian VTuber posted, was vehemently anti-homosexual, I have to call it out, because I was following that person was following me. I have to call it out, right? And when I call it out, I was expecting a lot of other people's, because a lot of my mutuals are Malaysians, but apparently not. A lot of people agreed with me. Some agreed, but most of them, that has always been interacting my on my Twitter account some way or somehow, has not made anything, and has not really shown any support for that statement. And that got me thinking, really got me thinking, I was probably focusing on the wrong community, or focusing on wrong direction of my growth. I was also like the ones like, oh, because I'm just starting out, maybe I should just focus on the local scene, right, as a VTuber. But no, that is totally wrong. That's not how I should have approached this content creation. Apparently, everyone made a mistake. All right, everyone made a mistake, including myself. So it's not how do you say, obviously because of that, I think there was a period of time, maybe 1 or 2 months, I have absolutely no growth at all in terms of my content. I think even ever since then, my content has stuck in a sense that, of course, in the sense of look at views, look at follows and subscribers on YouTube, Twitch, Twitter as well. There's a stagnant already. Could be that, right? Could be because of that. My growth has sucked. Maybe the algorithms, whether I'm interacting internationally with other people or not, because my data, my location is in Malaysia or something. I am not suggested to other Malaysian VTubers now. Probably because of that, and probably because of that, Malaysian VTubers are avoiding most contact with me. In terms of, like, say, even in just simple interactions on Twitter. But that's what I chose. That's the decision I make. Whether people cancel me or not, I am being true to myself. I'm doing what I believe is right. I'm believing what is not doing harm to anyone, and actually promoting promoting thoughts of acceptance, tolerance. And yes, if I were to, if you ask me if I were to do it again, I would do it again. Call people who are not in agreement to me, which are harmful to my community. Is that what I'm trying to say? Right. All right. Quite a tangent, but I think I need to spell it out, right? Because we are talking about misinformation actors, and we do not want people. I do not want people that in my community to spread misinformation while I am aware of it. All right, so let's move on. Right, there's this one now, and I think this is another block of document that I have to talk about, but we'll talk about this. Hopefully we are able to finish it. All right, nudity, pornography, and other sexual content. Let me take a drink. Oh, I've been speaking for so long. Right, any questions? Let me know. Let me rest for a minute or two. Oof. Okay. Oof. Shoulders are stiff. All right. If you have no other questions, we'll be moving on now to this one. Nudity and sexually explicit content or activities, such as pornography, sexual acts or intercourse, and sexual services are prohibited. Content or activities that threaten or promote sexual violence or exploitation are strictly prohibited and may be reported to law enforcement. Child exploitation will be reported to authorities via the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children. Sexually suggestive content or activities are also prohibited, although they may be allowed in educational contexts or for pre-approved licensed content, in each case subject to additional restrictions. Alright? Pre-approved licensed content. Alright, this could mean that certain games have certain games can be considered sexually suggestive. Really, this is like a gray area. There's a lot of games, at least the mature games, the games rated mature and adult. A lot of it contain sexually explicit content, and I'm not even sure how Twitch is able to allow them. I know, of course, for certain there is a list of prohibited games, but I think that's not that's not enough. But then, of course, yeah, it's one of those. Twitch has to consider the context and intent when they are trying to monitor all this stuff. So yes, there is a separate document just to talk about nudity and sexual content, which I think is something that is constantly complained or moderated and all that. Yes, internet. Hey, Chrisella, thank you for the follow. All right, hope you are enjoying this stream. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. Right. Let's see. We restrict content that involves nudity or is sexual in nature, and are committed to ensuring that Twitch is not used for sexual exploitation or violence. To provide more clarity around these policies and how we review reports of such content or activity, we provided additional details to complement our community guidelines in the sections below. I come from Twitter. Oh, thank you for making this stream. I was curious about guidelines and such. Yeah, no problem, Chrisella. Thank you for coming. If you have any questions regarding this one, we've actually this is my part 2 of the community guidelines. I previously talked about this 2 weeks ago, specifically on the hateful conduct and harassment. It is very, very insightful. Whether you are a viewer or a streamer, it is something of use, really. Okay, I watched the VOD. But yeah, right now, today, we're talking about the community guidelines, but the rest of the community guidelines. And if, let's say you are still here after, I'm going to take my break in about an hour, maybe, or less. After the break, I'll be recapping whatever I talked about just this a few hours ago. All right. So, if anything, you can ask me. Even if, let's say, it's not about the community guidelines, if it's about terms of service, affiliate agreements, or anything else not Twitch related, you can ask me, no problem. All right. But right now we are talking about this one, right? Apparently, it is something Twitch heavily moderates, because there's a lot of streamers that use nudity and sexual content as their content, so this has to be moderated heavily. Thank you. I wish I come earlier. No problem, Chrisella. No problem. We'll be doing this almost like every bi-weekly. But then again, any other streams, if you have any legal questions as well, you can ask. I'm no problem with it. And if you say I'm not streaming, you can ask in my Twitter as well, or my Discord server. Right. Let's continue reading this. While we understand that some nudity or sexual content might be intended for educational, scientific, artistic, newsworthy, or academic purposes, we restrict this content due to the diversity in age and cultural backgrounds of our global community. We may, in limited educational and artistic contexts, make pre-approved exceptions to these policies. Going forward, Twitch will continue working on ways to safely support nudity and sexual content in this particular context. So yeah, even though they say they do not allow this sort of stuff, there are a lot of exceptions. Because of many reasons, they are allowing a lot of exceptions to this rule, to this community guideline. Right, let's look at each one. All right. Sexual violence and exploitation. Sexual violence and exploitations are strictly prohibited and may be reported to law enforcement. Examples include, but are not limited to. Yep, it's okay for educational purpose. Yes, like educational has to be really educational, right? It's not like, say, you pop up a YouTube video or something like that and call it educational, or just draw something really sexually explicit, or showing something really just like showing porn or something and say you're talking about in an educational way is not sufficient at all. It has to be like doing in a lecture, like right now I'm doing a lecture on the community guidelines, right? Like, and if we have, the thing is, it's not always these things, especially for community guidelines, is not black and white. It's very, very gray, because Twitch has already put out a statement in their enforcement, and how they are enforcing community guidelines is they always look at the intent and context, right? As over here, and the potential harm to the community, legal obligations, and others, right? So they always look at other factors, not just when someone posts a naked picture of a woman or a man and say it's in violation of community guidelines. They have to look into the context, they have to look into the intent, and decide whether it is in breach of the community guidelines, right? So there's examples of this. I think this is very obvious, which I don't think there is room for exceptions. So sexual assault and molestation, or content that encourages or promotes it. Sharing or threatening to share sexually suggestive, explicit content, audio or visual, without permission of the person depicted, including revenge porn. Unsolicited offers, solicitation, demands, bribes, or blackmail for sexual content and services. Any nudity, sexual content, sexual violence, sexual exploitation that involves minors, appears to be used to involve minors, or depictions of minors, or content encourages or promotes pedophilia, right? No room for any of this, right? There are exceptions, but these are not the ones. These are clear-cut things that you can't do, right? Sexually explicit content and sexual services. Users are prohibited from broadcasting, uploading, soliciting, offering, and linking to pornographic or sexually explicit content, and from offering or soliciting any sexual content in exchange for money, services, or items of value. This includes, but is not limited to, explicit, simulated, or implied oral and anal and vaginal sex, including prolonged audio that implies sex, masturbation, orgasm, such as clear moaning and grunting. Right. I have a thing or two to say about this, but let's continue. Explicit, simulated, or implied self or mutual masturbation, including groping or caressing genitals, displays of sexual bodily fluids, phone sex, chat sex, or otherwise engaging with other persons or chat to create sexual content, advertisement or solicitation of sexual services, including prostitution, escort services, sexual massages, and filmed sexual activity. So they're giving a lot of these very, very obvious things that supposedly is prohibited. But I do not know about you, but there are a lot of things in Twitch, especially in the ones that are up top streamers, get away with a lot of things. Priscilla, you say, I still curious about this. Like some people saying RR is also prohibited. I've talked about this actually. I've talked about this, but someone asked me in the last session of this one as well. But I found nothing on this one of Twitch saying they are prohibiting specifically the word ara, right? And the people that do claim this information, this sort of rule, they are saying it's prohibited because it was said in a sexually implied sexually implied sounding, or however you want to word it. But the thing is, so one is there's nothing, Twitch has say nothing about this, right? Two is if you're talking about RRR is prohibited because it is sexually implied, it is implied to have some sort of sexual connotations, then there is a lot of things that are contradicting then. Because if, let's say, such a simple thing can be considered sexual, right? What about ASMR? Of course, there are different types of ASMR, but the ones that are hitting really, really high, like Amaranth's stream, what do you consider that? What do you consider licking, the sound of licking? Is it considered sensual, sexual, or just stimulating your senses, right? Like literally, the stream, there are streams, I'm not saying these are right or wrong, right? I'm just saying, is this in compliance with community guidelines, in Twitch's community guidelines? But yes, licking things, sounds of like wet sounding things, why are they allowed then? Why are they not prohibited, right? So I would say, unless I can see some official statement from Twitch, I would say this is just some sort of misinformation people are spreading around. Because, you know, internet is like that. There are always going to be something that's spread around, and a lot of people will not try to find out the true source of it, and it will continue to be spread around because people like to gossip. And I would say it's human nature to gossip, of course. But we have to always try to remind ourselves that, or try to question ourselves, where are all this information coming from, right? Like say, there was the thing about where the only thing I can see the relevance to this is I'll say relevance, a related case to it is the one where, who was that streamer? Pokimane. She was banned for saying simp or something like that. Supposedly, because we did not get an official statement for Twitch. It was just a statement by, I think, Pokimane, or maybe Pokimane or some other source. But yes, she was banned for 1 day or something like that because she said simp. But this leads me back to the another reason why RRR being prohibited seems out of too much, because there again, going back to the enforcement thing here, right? Community guideline rules are not black and white. It is always gray. So we always have to see the intent and context, and the potential harm to the community, legal obligation, and others. Twitch, or whenever Twitch does something, takes actions, right? It's for multiple reasons, and there's no rules, or there's no terms or conditions for Twitch to say they have to spell out what are the reasons why they have taken an action against a content creator or user, whoever they are. I don't watch Pokimane, but she seems to make such content. From what I understand, right, why Pokimane was banned for saying simp or other things like that, like is because she use it, people use it in a way that is derogatory, shaming someone, humiliating someone, rather than trying to compliment someone, right? So basically, I think that is why Twitch banned Pokimane, ban whoever used that word. Really, Because right now, if you're saying the word simp is banned, right? I should be banned for just saying that word. But again, because I've read this entire thing, I've read terms of service, all that, and we Twitch will look into the intent, the context, and the potential harm to the community. So just saying the word, any word at all, doesn't is not like absolutely your actions are gonna get taken against you just for saying a word. We always look at the context. We always look at the intent. Why am I saying these words, right? Am I saying it to encourage something, encourage people to do something bad, or is it for educational purposes? Well, in this case, it's the latter. I'm doing this to educate people, right? So yeah, that's that. So, which is related back to this one. All right. So all of these are very obvious, but apparently, again, why are some people are doing it, are not banned, are not taken against, not actions are not taken against them? It's because there are a lot of factors taken into account by Twitch. So, for example, that when I mentioned Amaranth, she is not banned or anything on doing such ASMR content. It's because a lot of factors we do not know, right? We can only speculate because most likely someone would have reported her on doing things like that, and Twitch would have looked into it, right? But of course, the things I would probably say is just speculations. But one of the things that Twitch would consider as a factor is their revenue, because Twitch is a company. They always have to prioritize their profits and reputation, right? If none of that affects their profits, their revenue, they won't really take any serious actions against them. As well as if there is no law prohibiting or forcing them to do certain things, to comply with certain aspects, such as ASMR streams, they will not take any actions. No matter how many people report the content those people were making, or no matter how those community guidelines has been breached, right? There are a lot of top streamers that get away with a lot of things, and that's the reality of a company-run service, right? All right. So continuing, broadcasting areas where nudity or sexual activity may be taking place, even if such conduct or activity is not at the direction of the broadcaster or takes place in the background of the broadcast, is prohibited. Yep. So you can't do your streams if, let's say, you're doing a vlog. You can't do your vlog in a stripper club or a brothel or a store that sells pornographic content, or some sort of a very sexually suggestive public place. Not sexually suggestive, where there is possible of sexual content shown in a place, such as pubs, maybe. Those what I can think of is like the Thailand tiger clubs or something. I call it tiger clubs, sort of like a stripper club, but not really a stripper club. Not exactly, at least. Right. So those things, right? So those things. Yes. So let's continue. While users may not directly link to pornographic or sexually explicit content in their broadcasts, profile chat users will not be penalized for linking to their personal websites or social media pages that may incidentally contain these links. Alright, two things that I wanted to talk about. Other than being in a public place or in a place that will show this sexually explicit content, if let's say you're playing a game that is, for example, like VR chat, like, so VR chat, there is a lot of worlds. If you do not know about VR chat is a social game where you don't necessarily need a VR headset to play, to go into that game and just really social with people, talk to people. There's not much else you can do. You just talk to people. But it seems it's a very good place to be. It's a very I would recommend it as a place to socialize with people that are around the globe. But VR chat has a lot of worlds that are created by individuals. So VR chat has no control over that. They do not want to control people on making worlds, specific worlds. But there are worlds like that, maybe private, right? But the worlds specifically used for sexual activities as such. They really want to do those sort of things they really want to have that feature in VR chat, at least for the users. So if let's say you were found to be in those kind of worlds, you're not supposed to stream those things on YouTube, on Twitch. Likewise, if let's say the more common thing is, let's say if someone is saying things, typing things, messaging things in your game, like a multiplayer MMO game or whatever, things that are prohibited by Twitch, you're responsible as well to try and not let those things appear in your stream. If you can control it, it's your responsibility. It's found inside the community guidelines as well. I would say in the hateful conduct, in the hateful conduct and harassment, a lot of things in the Twitch community guidelines says that you, as a streamer, as a content creator for Twitch, are very much responsible for your community. So a lot of things you can't say, it's not me who's doing it, it's this person or that person is doing it. You can't justify or you can't give an excuse like that. Because at the end of the day, you are the person who are in control of it. You are able to control it. You can ban that person, mute that person, time out that person, or literally just remove yourself from that situation. Even if let's say you have to end the stream, right? You can do that. You can't say it is not your responsibility to moderate your community. Because I agree on Twitch on this thing, is that it's our responsibility. It's a streamer's responsibility to make sure that what environment we are creating is going to be safe, it's going to be comfortable, it's going to be good for everyone, it's not harmful for anyone, right? All right. Because we all, whether we are big or small, we have influence to our viewers. We have some power to our viewers. Our supporters admire us or follow us or inspired by us. So the things that we do, they might always think, really, you have to understand that they might always think that we are right, we are correct. We can never do anything wrong, or at least when we are doing something wrong, we won't be punished for it. So we have to be very careful what we create, what we try to encourage, right? Okay, so the other thing is they are talking about links, right? So of course, if you're a content creator, take note. Don't at least connect yourself. I'm not trying to tell you how to do this, but do not try to advertise yourself as a content creator as well as a person that creates sexually explicit content as well. So obviously, OnlyFans. Don't try to put up a link tree or a card or something like that as a link to your Twitch account. people probably have done it. That's why they mentioned this, right? A Fanlens or Fansly, OnlyFans, or whatever account you have, don't do that. Right, because the thing is, why I think they are trying. You can. They are trying to reduce the sexual explicit content. Is that it's illegal in a lot of United States unless you have license for it or something like that, and illegal in a lot of countries. So it's something even let's say it's not wrong. Being sexually active is not wrong. Doing something like that is not wrong in itself. It is not appropriate for this platform, because this platform is for the age of 13 and above, right? People of age 13 and above can only use this. So meaning to say there are minors watching the streams as well, right? So as much as I would try to say this for VTubers, right? If your content, I don't know, this might be a bit spicy, it might be a bit sensitive for some VTubers, because I know there are plenty of VTubers that are advertising themselves as lewd VTubers, so meaning to say, although they are not doing any sexual explicit content in their Twitch, they are doing those sort of content in Twitter or in other social platforms. So apparently for the in the community guidelines, you're not supposed to do that, right? You're not supposed to do anything not in Twitch and not in anywhere else. So if let's say your content is of that nature and we happen to be mutuals, I'm sorry if I do not try to promote yours, because I myself, I try to be in compliance, because the nature of myself, I'm used to be a practicing lawyer. I'm still considered a lawyer. I'm very, very risk adverse, right? And mutual posted that. I know I have mutuals as well. I myself do not really try to promote things that would consider breaching terms and conditions of Twitch, or any legal documents, really. Like, say, especially copyright stuff. All right, I would never promote anyone doing anything that involves copyright infringement activities. Example being doing reactionary videos, doing playing music. Obviously, that is a infringement of copyright. Doing karaoke streams, doing what else? Using like watching movie on streams, watching other people's content on YouTube or something like that. All those are copyright infringement. So yeah, I know a lot of people do it. For some reason, they think it's okay. For some reason, they do not care. But for me, I really take these things seriously, because anyone that wants to grow as a content creator, whether on YouTube or on Twitch or any other platforms, copyright stuff is very serious thing. It's a very serious breach if you did make if you were found to be, if Twitch takes actions against you for those kind of things, you are in very, very big trouble. Your entire career could end just like that because of a copyright strike. And especially since you're not for a lot of content creators, you're not a you're not someone with influence. You're not you're not someone where Twitch would find you not expendable. For thousands and thousands of affiliates, a lot of us are expendable, and if somehow we are targeted by copyright holders, you are gonna have a bad time of trying to recover from that. Really, I didn't use music for art streams. Got DMCA. Did you get DMCA or get audio muted? Because that's two different things. If your audio is just muted, it's just basically Twitch's automated system muting you. Audio muted. If you're audio muted, it's fine. If you're DMCA, that's a different thing. That means you're copyright strike by an actual copyright holder, right? Just for your knowledge, for everyone's knowledge, really. If let's say you get a copyright strike, it's different from being copyright from your VOD being muted, because it's someone with the actual rights to the music went and manually reports you, because there's no way to do it automatically. Copyright strikes. Someone with the actual rights to whatever content you were using reported you, and you get a strike. And when you get a strike, it means a lot of things, a lot of bad things for you. It means that your there's a possibility of a suit against you, of a legal actions taken against you. If that happens, Twitch would most likely have to make drastic, very serious actions against you as well. One of it, the worst of it, would be deleting or terminating your entire account. Not suspending you, not banning you, deleting your account. Of course, this happens only after 3 strikes, right? But 3 strikes the 1 strike is permanent. Any of the strikes is permanent. It cannot be reduced. Copyright strikes cannot be reduced at all. Sorry for the need to do that. No problem, KSL. I'll just talk about this let's say you want me to repeat it, let me know. Yeah. So copyright strikes cannot be reduced, cannot be removed, cannot be appealed. If it happens, it stays with your account forever. And if it happens 3 times, your account will be terminated. Everything will be removed from your channel. It is that serious. And that is just one part of it. The other part of it is, if let's say you're a top streamer, for some reason you're a top streamer, you're earning lots of revenue, maybe not a lot of profits, a lot of revenue, you get legal actions taken against you. So my question to you would be, whether you're going to get that money to fight for your case, right? Fighting copyright cases, especially these kind of clear-cut cases, is pointless. A lot of lawyers will tell you it's pointless. There's no safe for you, really. And even if there is a chance for you to save yourself, it's not worth it at all. Because we are not millionaires. We're not making a huge sum of money out of this things that we are doing. It's gonna be a career ender for you, unless you really one of the top streamers. Like recently there was this can't remember his name. This was Dr. something. Some guy with a mullet and sunglasses. I can't remember his name, but that guy tried to sue because Twitch did something to him, and he tried to sue Twitch. He was able to do that because he had money. He was earning a profit. He was capable of doing it. He has probably a strong case. He tried to do it. At the end, of course, you can see the case lasted a long time. It's a long time. And at the end, they just went for a settlement. Meaning to say they went to court. It went on probably either Twitch or either the streamer paid a sum of money and called it and considered it end of the case. Will not pursue it any further. But yes, copyright infringement is very, very something I take very seriously. So as all these things, so as all these community guideline stuff, right? Whether or not it's like I always give this analogy, is that following all these community guidelines, following all these terms of services, is like driving. It's like driving a car. There's a lot of things that you need to keep in mind while driving a car. And why do you have to keep all of things in mind? To be safe, right? The entire goal to wear a seat belt, to look at your side mirrors, to let your back view mirrors, to slow down when there are too much traffic. When there's a traffic light, you have to stop. If it turns red, right, only start driving when it turns green. If there is like well, how do you call it? I call it zebra crossing. Whatever you call it, you need to see if anyone's crossing the road. Right, you need to be mindful of everyone else is doing whatever they are doing beside you. They're driving, if they're driving carefully or not. You have to not be, you should not be drinking alcohol when you drive, or you should not be drunk while driving. All of these things are to help you be safe on the road, right? And of course, it's not like if you don't do people might think that this is why I'm trying to make an analogy is because even if let's say you don't do any of these driving safety measures, you might not die. All right, you might not die, but it increases your chance of hurting yourself, injuring yourself, and worse, dying because of an accident or whatever, or hurting someone, if not yourself. So really, it's the same as community guidelines, the same as all these terms and services. You're complying with all of these community guidelines, complying with all the terms and conditions, is to make sure you yourself is safe. Safe for yourself as well as your community, right? We all try to do things that we want to. Yes, we want our freedom. We want our freedom of expression. We want to do things that we like to do. We want to do things that we are passionate about. But at the end of the day, there are rules that we have to follow. Rules that are placed there mostly because it's for safety, right? For safety and fairness, right? Right. Bit too tangent. Let's continue. Right. That's what I'm trying to say. If let's say coming back to this topic, if let's say if someone is doing something, even if let's say they are not making content that is sexually explicit in Twitch, if you are making content that is outside of Twitch, it's not allowed, right? Users may not directly link pornographic or sexually explicit content in their broadcast profile. Chat users will not be penalized for linking to their personal websites. The page that may instantly contain these links. All right. Try to separate. What I'm trying to say is try, as this paragraph says, this sentence says, try to separate yourself, your Twitch streamer identity from your adult content identity. do that and we're fine, right? You don't have to connect it with each other. For whatever reason you want to do that, don't do it. Right, next thing, the more controversial topic, sexually suggestive content, which I've always been talking about, right? Here and there, everywhere. To maintain the health of our community and promote content that is appropriate for diverse audience, sexually suggestive content is prohibited on Twitch. Evaluations on the sexual suggestiveness of a behavior or activity are independent of user attire and are instead based on the overall surrounding framing and context. All right? So, this is the Twitch exception. Sexually suggestive content. They word it in a way that seems reasonable, but we will see why they word it like that, all right? Promote content is appropriate for diverse and sexually suggestive is prohibited on Twitch. So they are saying even if it's suggestive, it is prohibited. But then they say they are not evaluating sexual suggestiveness based solely on they are not basing sexual suggestive behavior in accordance to the user's attire. So the streamer's attire, what the streamers are wearing, right? They look into the surrounding framing and context. So there used to be this huge problem of lewd streamers, as they say, people that literally use Twitch as if it's some sort of how do you say, sex chats or adult streams, something like that. Basically, from what I can remember is that there are either people doing hot tub streams or streams on the bed while writing things on their body parts. I'm not sure if that still exists or not. I'm not sure because I do not go anywhere else in Twitch other than my VTuber mutuals. Watch my VTuber mutuals. So yes, there has been a rampant of streamers that was just doing streams where they were on the bed wearing very, very little, showing most of their body, and I think like doing subs or something like that, follows, cheers or whatever. If they did a number of subs or cheers or something like that, they will write things on their body for reasons, right? And I think that a lot of complaints were happening when those were really popular, really trending, right? So now we see this. While Twitch has this as a community guideline, this policy also applies to embedded media, augmented reality, creative broadcasts, and channel content, such as banners, profile images, emotes, and panels that are focused on provocative images or video. Content that is considered to be sexually suggestive includes, but is not limited to, content or camera focused on breasts, buttocks, or pelvic region, including poses that deliberately highlight these elements. Groping or explicit gestures directed towards breasts, buttocks, or genitals. Right? Fetishizing behavior or activities such as focusing on body parts or sexual gratification or erotic roleplay. Featuring sex toys in contexts unrelated to sexual education. Erotic dances, such as those involving stripping or flashing. Pole dances or acrobatics with sexually suggestive framing. Posing and displaying or sharing erotica, including detailed descriptions of sex acts or pornography. Right. So, uh, very, I would say something I can't really see Twitch able to fully moderate this without always considering the context of the stream, because it is a really gray area, something where there are obvious cases and there are a lot of cases there are, you can't just say because they did this thing and it means it's sexually suggestive. But then again, even if let's say it's very obviously sexually suggestive, we have other considerations, which again they have this one, they have this. As long as they have this, whether these are prohibited or not, this anything, all these acts are prohibited or not, still really depends what they are, depends on those, what depends on those factors. But whether they are whether that streamer is a big streamer, a small streamer, whether that streamer is giving him a lot of money, revenue, profit, or if they are giving them a lot of problems, legal problems, right? All those are considerations. Right, moving on, right? Moving on. Nudity and attire. Our goal is to set standards that allow you to elevate your content and express yourself in a variety of ways without exposing our global, diverse community to inappropriate content. We aim to be transparent around our standards expectations, both in general and specific contextual exceptions, to empower your creative expression and boost your confidence with a clear understanding of our guidelines. The list of contextual exceptions outlined below is not exhaustive and will continue to evolve as our community grows. If you find yourself in a situation that is not described by an exception, then we expect you to follow the standard guidelines. So they're trying to say that not all content is supposed to suggest sexual in nature, anything sexually. There are things that are just people are trying to express themselves, right? Especially clothing that shows a lot of skin, right? There's no problem with it, really. There's no harm in it, as long as it's not really anything that would be inappropriate, right? Inappropriate for the majority. So let's see what sort of exceptions they are talking about, right? We don't permit standard guidelines. We don't permit streamers to be fully or partially nude, including exposing genitals or buttocks. We do not permit the visible outline of genitals even when covered. Broadcasting nude or partially nude minors is always prohibited, regardless of context, right? So yeah, obviously, right? For those who present as women, we ask that you cover your nipples. We do not permit exposed underbust. Cleavage is unrestricted as long as those coverage requirements are met. For all streamers, you must cover the area extending from your hips to the bottom of your pelvis and buttocks. Hips to the bottom of your pelvis and buttocks. Right. Basically, wear pants. At least up towards your buttocks, covering your butt and the front of your, how do you say? I guess it's pelvis. For those areas of the body where coverage is required, the coverage must be fully opaque. Sheer or partially see-through clothing does not constitute coverage. Augmented reality avatars that translate real-life movement into digital characters are subject to this standard, as is cosplay and other costumes. For details on how this policy applies to in real life, outdoors, and body art, please continue reading. Right. think, yeah, I think this is fair enough. Fair enough. Contextual exception in real life streaming. Broadcasters, their co-hosts, and invited guests engaging in generally in real life streaming outside the home must follow standard body coverage expectation. Those passing through the background of your stream are not held to the same dress code requirement, but broadcasting nudity is not permitted regardless of context. If accidental nudity appears on your stream, expect you to take immediate action. Remove the content and take precautionary steps so it won't happen again. You should not focus on your stream on anyone violating our clothing or sexual content standards. You will be held accountable for doing so to the same extent as if you were violating the standards yourself. You should not focus on your stream on anyone violating your stream. You should not focus your stream on anyone violating our clothing or sexual content, etc. Oh yeah, alright. Understand that what that means. Right. Yeah. So if let's say this one tells you if there is a accidental thing that happened on your stream, it's fine as long as you don't continue to show it, right? And don't focus on it. This is what they're trying to say. Don't focus on it. If someone is like, oh, he's naked or she's naked, whoever is naked, don't continue looking at that person or recording that person, broadcasting that person. Just don't. Right, this is in real life. All right, so this swim and beaches, so of course this is like the hot tub thing. I think consistent festivals, swimwear is permitted as long as it completely covers the genitals, and those who present as women must also cover their nipples. Full coverage of buttock is not required, but camera focus around them is still subject for sexually suggestive content policy. Coverage must be fully opaque even when wet. Sheer or partially see-through swimwear or other clothing does not constitute covering. Right. So they are saying, right. You know what? Looking at this sentence, they are not saying anything regarding to beaches, concerts, and festivals. If we are being honest and we're being clear, neutral about this sentence, they are only saying swimwear. They are not saying where you should be wearing your swimwear. So yeah, that's why there is still hot tub. There's still hot tub, but there's still people dressing in swimwear while they're just in their home or something like that. Those are streams. That's why it's still allowed. Right? It's not saying you can only wear swimwear in the appropriate places. Although you can imply by saying in beaches, concerts, and festivals, they are trying to imply you can only wear it when you're swimming, right? Or beaches, concerts, and festivals. But they do not specify it. And for reasons clearly, we know why. Then there's body art. For streams dedicated to body art, full chest coverage is not required, but those who present as women must completely cover their nipples and areola with a layer of non-transparent clothing or a paint and latex combination. Artist-grade pasties, tape, latex, or similar alternatives are acceptable. This coverage must be applied before streaming begins, not on stream. Buttocks and genitals must also be fully covered by opaque attire. This exception to the general coverage requirements only applies when the streamer is actively engaged in body painting, though the streamer may take short breaks between active painting sessions or when painting is complete to model the results. Right. Only do this when you're doing body art, not while you're streaming. I think it's trying to say a picture of yeah, they're saying you're not supposed to be how do you say, already in your body, you are not supposed to be in a completed body art and streaming something else like playing a game. Well, why you only have your body art to cover yourself. No, this is specifically that's saying that that stream is supposed to be about painting body art, and at the end showing that body art of the result of it. That's it. Not seen a lot of this sort of streams, but I guess it's not the majority, because not a lot of people actually know how to do body art. And I applaud those that are able to do so. Context transitions. Streamers are given some leeway for making transitions between contexts with different limits of acceptable tire, which to general outdoor in real life streaming. In this situation, streamers are expected to only spend as much time wearing insufficient attire as needed to add clothing or change off-screen to clothing with appropriate coverage for the new context. Right, so over here, they're saying that you should be wearing appropriate attire in the right environment. But still, very vague, with different limits of acceptable time. Streamers are expected to only spend as much time wearing insufficient time as needed to add clothing or change of screen. Yep. Additional exceptions. The standard chest coverage requirements outlined above do not apply to individuals actively breastfeeding a child on stream. Okay. The standard chest coverage requirements outlined above do not apply to individuals actively breastfeeding. Okay, apparently that is allowed. You can stream. Apparently, well, there doesn't seem to be an exception or anything like that. This sentence says, in another way to phrase it is, you can show people that you're streaming while you're breastfeeding. Okay. All right. I guess it's normal. To do that. I guess they are trying to say this, that it's normal to do these things. It's because it's natural, and you can't really expect them to not stream while they have to breastfeed their child. I guess I can see where they are coming from. I guess they are then, but very strange that they have this exception, this specific exception. All right, I think we have read all the exceptions. All right, nothing about ASMR of the sexual nature. All right, then we have nudity and sexual content embedded in media and in games. All right, so we have to learn about why games are allowed with some nudity. In embedded media, such as videos and images, nudity and pornography are prohibited. In some situations, we may make exceptions on Twitch-owned and operated channels for content that is rated by a ratings body or otherwise pre-screened by Twitch. Alright. Prohibited sexual games and game modifications. Games featuring nudity, pornography, sex, or sexual violence as a core focus or feature are entirely prohibited. Custom gameplay or visual modifications that include nudity or sex content, including uncensored patches in otherwise allowed games, are prohibited. So, alright, if let's say you are playing Witcher 3 or Witcher Witcher game, there is definitely several multiple sex scenes in the game. What this is saying is, when that happens, don't show it. Right? Don't show it. If you have to temporarily stop when scene happens, don't show it. quickly disable your scene or whatever. But yeah, they're telling you, even if it's part of the game, if it's not the core focus but is a feature, don't show it. Interesting. Of course, I've learned this earlier. There is a list of prohibited games where I won't really go through the entire list. I won't respell all of them because there's no really, yeah. All this, there are so many over here, are prohibited. Not a lot, really, not a lot. Except it's just the ones that I think are on Steam or something like that. Yeah, so also, one thing is they do not allow this. They do not allow randomized video chat platforms, which is like the Omega or something like that. They do not allow that because you are unable to control who you watch, you are talking to. And a lot of times those places are not cannot be moderated in real time. Right. So in any case, I don't have to really go through this. You know, when you can't show something, you don't show it, right? Then they talk about mods. If you are using mods to include nudity or sex content, don't do it. Sexual content in permitted games. Focusing your broadcast around sexual content or in-game nudity in an otherwise allowed game will result in enforcement against your Twitch account. Yeah, so I'm saying this again. When interacting with the in-game nudity or sexual content in a permitted game, such as The Witcher, that's what I was talking about. Users may only spend as much time as required to progress. In addition, users may not engage in simulated sexual activity or erotic roleplay, which includes the specific behaviors listed under sexually suggestive content above, with other players in online games. Okay, games that primarily consist of user-generated content, in-game roleplay, or interactions with virtual reality are not exempt from this policy. Right. So they are talking about games like VR Chat. Additional restrictions. Conversations about sex, nudity, and other mature topics that are intended to be educational and otherwise comply with our policy should be marked as mature content via the respective channel settings. Yep. If I was able to do that, I would do that. But I think I can't. Yeah, I can't. I need some sort of a... Yeah, there's no such tag for me to use, unfortunately. And the audience, it says that I do not meet the minimum requirements to use this feature. I'm not sure what it is. Let's see. Oh, they're just talking about a subscriber stream. Not the mature streams or whatever. Alright, never mind then. Anyways, let's continue. Reporting sexual content violations. If you come across any content or users on Twitch that you feel violate our community guidelines, we ask that you report the content and all users in question to our moderation team for review. Right. So you can report these things. At least for this category. A lot of these community guidelines, actually, you can report it. But except for copyright. Copyright is a whole business in itself. So even it allows you to report per se, they have a button for you to press on it. You can't do it, unfortunately. Only people who have the copyright, who own the copyrights, can do it. Right, so we are down to the FAQ. I accidentally showed content that was sexually explicit. Will my account be suspended? As owner of your account, it's entirely your responsibility to ensure that anything shared on your account abides by Twitch's term of service and community guidelines. If you are unsure if a link, photo, video, or other content in your broadcast breaks this, we suggest that you review it privately before airing it on your broadcast. Content that breaks terms of service or community guidelines whether shown accidentally or purpose, can be reported, and moderation may take appropriate action on that content, including removing the content and issuing a suspension or on your account. Given the nature of live content, we expect you to take proper precautions. Even one incident may warrant action, right? So even if you accidentally showed something bad, you should try to remove it as soon as possible, as much as possible. I'm an artist and I want to paint a new portrait not intended to be sexual. Is that prohibited? As we do not yet provide sufficient tools for viewers to limit their exposure to nudity and mature content, artistic and educational nudity are not allowed. Right? They are explicitly telling you, even if it's for educational purposes, can't show nudity. We are working on ways to make this possible in the future. Apparently so. How long has it been? I'm not sure. They don't give a timestamp on these documents, on a lot of documents actually. What about activities such as body painting and dancing? Body painting, dancing, and other creative activities that do not violate our policies are welcomed on Twitch. If flagged as potential sexually suggestive content, we will consider the context and intent of the content to determine whether the reported content violates our policies. Yeah, so again, they confirm what I was trying to say, was that even though they might violate, even all these community guidelines might be violated, they always look at the intent and context. Right. What clothing is appropriate for my stream? Given the variety of content and activities creators engage in, an explicit dress code would be unreasonably restrictive. Streaming is a public activity that reaches a global audience of many ages and cultures, and as such we prohibit nudity and sexual conduct. When evaluating reports for sexual conduct, attire is just one factor we will use in making a determination whether conduct is acceptable. Yeah, so attire in itself is not bad. It's a one factor they have to consider. Oh no, my voice is getting less and less. I need to take a break. But we only have this left, so after this, we'll take a break, alright? Alright. We recommend creators wear attire that will be publicly appropriate for the context, location, and activity they are broadcasting. Right, so over here, they're saying this, okay? At least they're saying this. For example, workout clothes would be appropriate for a fitness stream, and a swimsuit would be appropriate for a stream for a public beach. Right. So over here they are saying if you want to wear bikini, you're not supposed to wear it when you're in your own room. So they are trying to say, right? If you're trying to wear a yoga pants or some clothing, sports clothing or gym clothing, you're supposed to wear it while you're doing something related to it. Alright? But I don't know, I should be browsing before I say anything. I'm trying, maybe off stream I'll browse the general category of streamers. What are top streamers streaming, what their content is like. Now see, I'll tell you. But for me, it seems like it's not really strictly moderated on this. People are not strictly moderating this. Why aren't there specific rules about what clothing is and isn't allowed on Twitch? As Twitch continues to expand the variety of content we feature, so comes the need for updating the range of attire that is acceptable. For example, something that is acceptable for a broadcast at the beach or the stream may not be acceptable for a cooking or gameplay broadcast. In an effort to help creators abide by our community guidelines in the same way they would expectations of behavior in the real world, we've updated our policies to reflect that we will consider not just the attire itself, also the contextual setting in which it is worn and the intent of the person wearing it when moderating content. Please remember that sexually explicit or suggestive content such as nudity, exposing or focusing on genitals, buttocks or nipples, and attire intended to be sexually suggestive are prohibited. Right. But before I end this, right? This entire thing is supposed to be talking about the problems that Priscilla just mentioned, where people are saying Twitch is banning people from saying ara ara. So far, all these tags, none of it is, almost none of it. The only thing I can see is trying to say that could be considered part. No, really, I'm trying to find it. Even in the sexually suggestive content, it's not much. There's not really anything about audio, right? Because we are talking about audio that is considered to be sexually suggestive. And the only thing you can see is that the as I was looking at the rules, Ariane, trying to see. So displaying, posting, sharing erotica, groping, explicit gestures, content of camera focus. No. Even if it's let's stays explicit, simulated, implied. Yeah, none of this is considered ara. Nothing is considered over here ara. Explicit images, including prolonged audio that implies that such as mere morning. Yeah, nothing like that. I will consider this is part under. I will consider this under ara. RR, no. Orgasm, no. RR, no. Simulated mutual investment, no. Phone sex, chat set. This maybe. This is very stretched. Phone sex, chat sex, or otherwise engage developers chat to create sexual content. Very. This is a stretch. Is there a rule that talks about anything about race? Yes, there is, Arion. We talked about it last legal investigations. It's under here, hateful conduct and harassment. And this topic itself has a huge additional guideline where you can read all about it yourself as well. I've read it entirely, and the law is very insightful. You should read it as well. It's a very long document, as you can see, much longer than the one that I just read. And yes, it talks about a lot of things, including race. But yeah, discrimination. What else? What was that? Discrimination, denigration, harassment, or violence based on the following protected characteristics: race, ethnicity, color, caste, national origin, immigration status, religion, sex, gender identity, sexual orientation, disability, serious medical condition, and veteran status. A lot of categories. Okay, so I made a mistake about the K word instead of the word okay. Okay. About K. Not sure what you mean. But in any case, if you if you're talking about if you're reported by it or something like that, if you're not reported, you don't have to worry. If it was just a mistake, it's just a mistake, all right? As long as you don't repeat that mistake. But yeah, give it a go, Arion, if you like. But it's a long read though. But so that's it. I will be taking a break now. All right. And once we come back, we'll recap what I've just talked about, and we'll continue with the rest. I think there's not a lot left actually. Yep, 5. 5 things to talk about, and we should finish the stream. After talking about the entire thing, we intellectual property rights. Oh yeah, we're going to talk about, of course, since we have this one here, we'll talk about copyrights. It might be taking quite a bit of time, but this is something I want to talk about in length. So we'll see if we can finish this entire thing related to community guidelines. I'll talk all the things about the community guideline, right? So don't you worry. In any case, let's take a break. I'll be right back, all right? In maybe 15, 20 minutes. So while I'm away, please watch this video I made a few months ago. Okay, ta-ta. Hello, Jake Light here, gaming lawyer at your service. Hello, Jake Light here, gaming lawyer at your service. I've talked about several legal stuff now, which were mostly employment laws and other general information. Side note, hope they were helpful, but did you know in real life, I'm what you may call a real estate lawyer or a conveyancing lawyer. Someone that specializes in all legal dealings or transactions related to lands and buildings. Hello, Jake Light here, gaming lawyer at your service. I'm back again talking about some copyright laws for content creators like you and me. I might have covered most general stuffs in my previous video on it, which, if you haven't watched, please do so now and come back afterwards. Because I'll be talking a little more in detail about copyrighted music and how YouTubers and Twitch streamers may use them for free. And as always, before I start, I would like to emphasize that the information provided in this video is only for education and entertainment purposes. Please seek qualified professionals if you were copyright striked for singing your favorite song from a couple years ago. Since I've done a general video on copyright laws, I'll only explain some basics over here. Any music or songs that is not created by you are legally owned by someone, and that's called having copyrights over the creations. Only people with the copyrights can use the music or songs in any way they want. If you, the content creator, don't have it, you can't use it. If you still decide to use it, in legal terms, it's called copyright infringement. Simple enough, and no matter how you want to use an original work, especially if you want to profit from it, you will always need a license first. And there are many types of licenses depending on how you want to use it. You want to sample the original recordings or sing karaoke over an instrumental version of a song? You need a master license for it. You want to cover an original song and put it on YouTube or Twitch? You need a synchronization license for it. You want to perform an original song in public areas? You need a public performance license for it. You want to use original song in theatrical performances? You need a theatrical license for it. If you are looking to see how you can use songs from Bruno Mars, Sam Smith, Ariana Grande or Lady Gaga for your content and for free, I'm sorry, but this is not the video you're looking for. Because you have to go through the relevant record labels and agencies to get these licenses, and they definitely will charge you for those. Regardless, all is not lost. There are still some things that every content creator can find to use for their videos or streams. Hopefully, it's enough to get you where you are able to afford those licenses that you actually need. Number 1. The most obvious way is asking permission from the copyright holders and getting it expressly written as proof for possible disputes in the future. Your first guess of who to ask is probably the songwriters or music composers themselves. But this is not true if they work with record labels that help them publish and market their creations. The copyrights could be transferred to these record labels or multiple other companies through a series of license agreements. So disregarding why they would provide you the license for free, the risk is that even if you have gotten the permission from the artists, they probably don't have the legal rights to do so in the first place. However, websites, channels, or platforms that claims to be a legal entity, that they are representing dozens of artists, songwriters, or composers of music, may inform you that whatever is uploaded are copyright-free or royalty-free, and will also tell you that you can use them anywhere and for any purpose, are the ones you normally encounter and should be careful of. whatever statement they are making to ensure that you could use them for your videos or streams could be false and could get you into real legal trouble. If you really want to use media from those sources, you have to do some serious checking on their credibility and reputation before you start using them for your own content. The easiest way is to find out if there are any content creators having copyright issues with YouTube or Twitch after using these sources, or confirmations from the creators themselves that their stuff can be used by these legal entities. Number 2. Did you know there are music or songs that nobody can claim ownership over them? Those are called public domain works, essentially creations that were so old that no one live legally owns them and have thus entered public domain, or laws at specific time periods required copyright holders to renew licenses but did not do so, have made these music songs become free to use by the public, meaning you can copy exactly or cover these works to your own style or composition, whether for personal or commercial purposes. You won't be at risk of copyright infringement. There are sites where people have compiled lists of public domain music that you can check yourself, such as Public Domain Information Project. Accuracy not confirmed, so use at your own discretion. Then again, this means that you can cover songs that are free. Fun fact, did you know the Happy Birthday song was not in public domain until a few years ago? Originally, Warner Chappell Music had claimed copyright ownership over the Happy Birthday to You song, and charging royalties against anyone that used it in their own productions for decades. Until 2015, where the US courts found that they never owned the rights to the song, and the original authors, sisters Mildred and Patty Hill, never transferred their rights to them. So now you know you can sing Happy Birthday to your heart's content in any video upload or stream as you like. Number 3. Moving along, you actually don't have to look far and wide in the internet for this method, because YouTube and Twitch themselves provide some solution to your need for music. For YouTube, the platform has something called Audio Library, which provides more than 1,000 different works for you to use in your video or streams. As far as I can tell, most of them do not have conditions or restrictions to use, and will not trigger their Content ID system, as long as it's content you made available in YouTube only. On an extra note, they also provide a huge collections of sound effects for you to use as well. Not bad. Number 4. Then there's Twitch. Being a place mainly for streaming content, Twitch has only provided a software service called Twitch Soundtrack. The company has managed to get licenses from various music artists for streamers to use. But here's the catch. You can have them played only while you stream. Essentially, this music are not allowed to be recorded or used elsewhere. It can't show up in, for example, your channel's VODs, clips, or highlights. The software service will automatically remove any music played from it, as long as you have set up the app according to Twitch's installation guide. I can confirm that it works perfectly fine because I myself have recently started to use the app for my own streams, and so far no audio in my VODs has been muted. Number 5. If all the mentioned methods are still not to your liking, then why not make your own original audio recordings, whether by yourself or by asking a favor from your family or friends who can do it for you for free. It might not be the most feasible one, but from a legal standpoint, this is the best, since you absolutely do not have to worry about copyright infringement because you will be the owner of these original works. And that is how you can use copyrighted music, as well as public domains ones for free, all while being legally safe. Thanks for watching. Hope today's video brings some much needed help for aspiring content creators that's looking to use copyrighted music. If it has, please leave a like and subscribe to my channel. Or if you have any questions or suggestions, feel free to comment down below. And if you would like to help or support me in continuing making this content, you can make donations or become monthly members in Ko-fi to get exclusive membership perks, which the details can be found at our Discord community server, Light & Co Gaming Aid Center. Link is in the description below. Until next time, be hopeful but stay critical. Hello, Jake Light here, gaming lawyer at your service. I'm back again talking about some copyright laws for content creators like you and me. I might have covered most general stuffs in my previous video on it, which, if you haven't watched, please do so now and come back afterwards, because I'll be talking a little more in detail about copyrighted music and how YouTubers and Twitch streamers may use them for free,
And as always, before I start, I would like to emphasize that the information provided in this video is only for education and entertainment purposes. Please seek qualified professionals if you were copyright striked for singing your favorite song from a couple years ago. Since I've done a general video on copyright laws, I'll only explain some basics over here. Any music or songs that is not created by you are legally owned by someone, and that's called having copyrights over the creations. Only people with the copyrights can use the music or songs in any way they want. If you, the content creator, don't have it, you can't use it. If you still decide to use it, in legal terms, it's called copyright infringement. Simple enough, and no matter how you want to use an original work, especially if you want to profit from it, you will always need a license first. And there are many types of licenses depending on how you want to use it. You want to sample the original recordings or sing karaoke over an instrumental version of a song? You need a master license for it. You want to cover an original song and put it on YouTube or Twitch? You need a synchronization license for it. You want to perform an original song in public areas? You need a public performance license for it. You want to use original song in theatrical performances? You need a theatrical license for it. If you are looking to see how you can use songs from Bruno Mars, Sam Smith, Ariana Grande or Lady Gaga for your content and for free, I'm sorry, but this is not the video you're looking for. Because you have to go through the relevant record labels and agencies to get these licenses, and they definitely will charge you for those. Regardless, all is not lost. There are still some things that every content creator can find to use for their videos or streams. Hopefully, it's enough to get you where you are able to afford those licenses that you actually need. Number 1. The most obvious way is asking permission from the copyright holders and getting it expressly written as proof of possible disputes in the future. Your first guess of who to ask is probably the songwriters or music composers themselves. But this is not true if they work with record labels that help them publish and market their creations. The copyrights could be transferred to these record labels or multiple other companies through a series of license agreements. So disregarding why they would provide you the license for free, the risk is that even if you have gotten the permission from the artists, they probably don't have the legal rights to do so in the first place. However, websites, channels, or platforms that claims to be a legal entity, that they are representing dozens of artists, songwriters, or composers of music, may inform you that whatever is uploaded are copyright-free or royalty-free, and will also tell you that you can use them anywhere and for any purpose, are the ones you normally encounter and should be careful of. Whatever statement they are making to ensure that you could use them for your videos or streams could be false and could get you into real legal trouble. If you really want to use media from those sources, you have to do some serious checking on their credibility and reputation before you start using them for your own content. The easiest way is to find out if there are any content creators having copyright issues with YouTube or Twitch after using these sources, or confirmations from the creators themselves that their stuff can be used by these legal entities. Number 2. Did you know there are music or songs that nobody can claim ownership over them? Those are called public domain works. Essentially creations that were so old that no one live legally owns them and have thus entered public domain, or laws at specific time periods required copyright holders to renew licenses but did not do so, have made these music songs become free to use by the public, meaning you can copy exactly or cover these works to your own style or composition, whether for personal or commercial purposes. You won't be at risk of copyright infringement. There are sites where people have compiled lists of public domain music that you can check yourself, such as Public Domain Information Project. Accuracy not confirmed, so use at your own discretion. Then again, this means that you can cover songs that are free. Fun fact, did you know the Happy Birthday song was not in public domain until a few years ago? Originally, Warner Chappell Music had claimed copyright ownership over the Happy Birthday to You song, and charging royalties against anyone that used it in their own productions for decades. Until 2015, where the US courts found that they never owned the rights to the song, and the original authors, sisters Mildred and Patty Hill, never transferred their rights to them. So now you know you can sing Happy Birthday to your heart's content in any video upload or stream as you like. Number 3. Moving along, you actually don't have to look far and wide in the internet for this method, because YouTube and Twitch themselves provide some solution to your need for music. For YouTube, the platform has something called Audio Library, which provides more than 1,000 different works for you to use in your video or streams. As far as I can tell, most of them do not have conditions or restrictions to use and will not trigger their Content ID system, as long as it's content you made available in YouTube only. On an extra note, they also provide a huge collections of sound effects for you to use as well. Not bad. Number 4. Then there's Twitch. Being a place mainly for streaming content, Twitch has only provided a software service called Twitch Soundtrack. The company has managed to get licenses from various music artists for streamers to use. But here's the catch. You can have them played only while you stream. Essentially, this music are not allowed to be recorded or used elsewhere. It can't show up in, for example, your channel's VODs, clips, or highlights. The software service will automatically remove any music played from it, as long as you have set up the app according to Twitch's installation guide. I can confirm that it works perfectly fine because I myself have recently started to use the app for my own streams, and so far no audio in my VODs has been muted. Number 5. If all the mentioned methods are still not to your liking, then why not make your own original audio recordings, whether by yourself or by asking a favor from your family or friends who can do it for you for free. It might not be the most feasible one, but from a legal standpoint, this is the best, since you absolutely do not have to worry about copyright infringement because you will be the owner of these original works. And that is how you can use copyrighted music, as well as public domains ones for free, all while being legally safe. Thanks for watching. Hope today's video brings some much needed help for aspiring content creators that's looking to use copyrighted music. If it has, please leave a like and subscribe to my channel. Or if you have any questions or suggestions, feel free to comment down below. And if you would like to help or support me in continuing making this content, you can make donations or become monthly members in Ko-fi to get exclusive membership perks, which the details can be found at our Discord community server, Light & Co Gaming Aid Center. Link is in the description below. Until next time, be hopeful but stay critical. Hello, Jake Light here, gaming lawyer at your service. I'm back again talking about some copyright laws for content creators like you and me. I might have covered most general stuffs in my previous video on it, which, if you haven't watched, please do so now and come back afterwards, because I'll be talking a little more in detail about copyrighted music and how YouTubers and Twitch streamers may use them for free. And as always, before I start, I would like to emphasize that the information provided in this video is only for education and entertainment purposes. Please seek qualified professionals if you were copyright striked for singing your favorite song from a couple of years ago. Since I've done a general video on copyright laws, I'll only explain some basics over here. Any music or songs that is not created by you are legally owned by someone, and that's called having copyrights over the creations. Only people with the copyrights can use the music or songs in any way they want. If you, the content creator, don't have it, you can't use it. If you still decide to use it, in legal terms, it's called copyright infringement. Simple enough. And no matter how you want to use an original work, especially if you want to profit from it, you will always need a license first. And there are many types of licenses depending on how you want to use it. You want to sample the original recordings or sing karaoke over an instrumental version of a song? You need a master license for it. You want to cover an original song and put it on YouTube or Twitch? You need a synchronization license for it. You want to perform an original song in public areas? You need a public performance license for it. You want to use original song in theatrical performances? You need a theatrical license for it. If you are looking to see how you can use songs from Bruno Mars, Sam Smith, Ariana Grande or Lady Gaga for your content and for free, I'm sorry, but this is not the video you're looking for, because you have to go through the relevant record labels and agencies to get these licenses, and they definitely will charge you for those. Regardless, all is not lost. There are still some things that every content creator can find to use for their videos or streams. Hopefully it's enough to get you where you are able to afford those licenses that you actually need. Number 1. The most obvious way is asking permission from the copyright holders and getting it expressly written as proof of possible disputes in the future. Your first guess of who to ask is probably the songwriters or music composers themselves. But this is not true if they work with record labels that help them publish and market their creations. The copyrights could be transferred to these record labels or multiple other companies through a series of license agreements. So disregarding why they would provide you the license for free, the risk is that even if you have gotten the permission from the artists, they probably don't have the legal rights to do so in the first place. However, websites, channels, or platforms that claims to be a legal entity, that they are representing dozens of artists, songwriters, or composers of music, may inform you that whatever is uploaded are copyright-free or royalty-free, and will also tell you that you can use them anywhere and for any purpose, are the ones you normally encounter and should be careful of. Whatever statement they are making to ensure that you could use them for your videos or streams could be false and could get you into real legal trouble. If you really want to use media from those sources, you have to do some serious checking on their credibility and reputation before you start using them for your own content. The easiest way is to find out if there are any content creators having copyright issues with YouTube or Twitch after using these sources, or confirmations from the creators themselves that their stuff can be used by these legal entities. Number 2. Did you know there are music or songs that nobody can claim ownership over them? Those are called public domain works, essentially creations that were so old that no one alive legally owns them and have thus entered public domain, or laws at specific time periods required copyright holders to renew licenses but did not do so, have made these music songs become free to use by the public, meaning you can copy exactly or cover these works to your own style or composition, whether for personal or commercial purposes. You won't be at risk of copyright infringement. There are sites where people have compiled lists of public domain music that you can check yourself, such as Public Domain Information Project. Accuracy not confirmed, so use at your own discretion. Then again, this means that you can cover songs that are free. Fun fact, did you know the Happy Birthday song was not in public domain until a few years ago? Originally, Warner Chappell Music had claimed copyright ownership over the Happy Birthday to You song, and charging royalties against anyone that used it in their own productions for decades. Until 2015, where the US courts found that they never owned the rights to the song, and the original authors, sisters Mildred and Patty Hill, never transferred their rights to them. So now you know you can sing Happy Birthday to your heart's content in any video upload or stream as you like. Number 3. Moving along, you actually don't have to look far and wide in the internet for this method, because YouTube and Twitch themselves provide some solution to your need for music. For YouTube, the platform has something called Audio Library, which provides more than 1,000 different works for you to use in your video or streams. As far as I can tell, most of them do not have conditions or restrictions to use, and will not trigger their Content ID system, as long as it's content you made available in YouTube only. On an extra note, they also provide a huge collections of sound effects for you to use as well. Not bad. Number 4. Then there's Twitch. Being a place mainly for streaming content, Twitch has only provided a software service called Twitch Soundtrack. The company has managed to get licenses from various music artists for streamers to use. But here's the catch. You can have them played only while you stream. Essentially, this music are not allowed to be recorded or used elsewhere. It can't show up in, for example, your channel's VODs, clips, or highlights. The software service will automatically remove any music played from it, as long as you have set up the app according to Twitch's installation guide. I can confirm that it works perfectly fine because I myself have recently started to use the app for my own streams, and so far no audio in my VODs has been muted. Number 5. If all the mentioned methods are still not to your liking, then why not make your own original audio recordings, whether by yourself or by asking a favor from your family or friends who can do it for you for free. It might not be the most feasible one, but from a legal standpoint, this is the best, since you absolutely do not have to worry about copyright infringement because you will be the owner of these original works. And that is how you can use copyrighted music, as well as public domains ones for free, all while being legally safe. Thanks for watching. Hope today's video brings some much needed help for aspiring content creators that's looking to use copyrighted music. If it has, please leave a like and subscribe to my channel. Or if you have any questions or suggestions, feel free to comment down below. And if you would like to help or support me in continuing making this content, you can make donations or become monthly members in Ko-fi to get exclusive membership perks, which the details can be found at our Discord community server, Light & Co Gaming Aid Center. Link is in the description below. Until next time, be hopeful but stay critical. Hello, Jake Light here, gaming lawyer at your service. I'm back again talking about some copyright laws for content creators like you and me. I might have covered most general stuffs in my previous video on it, which, if you haven't watched, please do so now and come back afterwards. Because I'll be talking a little more in detail about copyrighted music and how YouTubers and Twitch streamers may use them for free. And as always, before I start, I would like to emphasize that the information provided in this video is only for education and entertainment purposes. Please seek qualified professionals if you were copyright striked for singing your favorite song from a couple years ago. Since I've done a general video on copyright laws, I'll only explain some basics over here. Any music or songs that is not created by you are legally owned by someone, and that's called having copyrights over the creations. Only people with the copyrights can use the music or songs in any way they want. If you, the content creator, don't have it, you can't use it. If you still decide to use it, in legal terms, it's called copyright infringement. Simple enough, and no matter how you want to use an original work, especially if you want to profit from it, you will always need a license first. And there are many types of licenses depending on how you want to use it. You want to sample the original recordings or sing karaoke over an instrumental version of a song? You need a master license for it. You want to cover an original song and put it on YouTube or Twitch? You need a synchronization license for it. You want to perform an original song in public areas? You need a public performance license for it. You want to use original song in theatrical performances? You need a theatrical license for it. If you are looking to see how you can use songs from Bruno Mars, Sam Smith, Ariana Grande or Lady Gaga for your content and for free, I'm sorry but this is not a video.
Hello, welcome back to the stream. I hope everyone had a good break. Oh my god, I'm full. And yeah, let me just get back to right. KKK. Right. I just went through the, how do you say, in real life content or in real life category, and I'm somewhat surprised, but still expected the things that are trending or on top right now. But yeah, lots of hot tub streams, lots of ASMR streams, as well as those that are blatantly copyright infringement stuff, which I do not know why is on top as well. Basically, I just saw a stream that was just basically a seal. How do you call it? A seal? A sea dog? A sea lion? Whatever you call it. Playing a trumpet and playing definitely a copyrighted music 24 hours, and that's just it. That is the stream, but apparently there's thousands of people watching it, thousands of people are following it. I have no idea why. And the other one is a gorilla spinning on a swimming pool of some sort, and broadcasting copyrighted music as well. Also have a lot of views, a lot of followers as well. No idea. Maybe it's still not a problem for Twitch, but anyways, that's it. That's for you, really. That's for your understanding. That is how Twitch's stance right now in terms of enforcement of the community guidelines. It is very selective. All right, to the point where they only take actions if there is a problem with it, a serious problem that will be of consequence. But yeah, let's Let's continue. First, I'll take this out now. I guess, right. Well, there's a short break I took. I think I took a short break. Yes, let's start. We're back from the break. So, if you want to watch. So recapping what I previously talked about and continue the rest. Oof. Might have taken a bit of a. I've ate my lunch quite rush. Alright. One thing I really don't understand is something's wrong with the Twitch's export function. My video isn't really exporting. Strangely. It's not exporting. It's not exporting. Anyways, let's continue. So, let me rephrase, recap, restart, repeat what I've just talked about earlier in starting of the stream. We are going through the community guidelines for the second time, talking about the rest of the categories of the community guidelines. Previous to that, we talked about mainly just the hateful conduct and harassment category, which is a very, very huge document itself, but we went through it. So now we are going through the smaller topics comparatively. So yes, again, the community guidelines is a legal document which is binding, right? Contractually binding, legally binding for you to follow, for you to comply with. If you do not comply with the community guidelines, it's considered breaching terms of service, which is the main agreement that we have all agreed to when we are using Twitch services, right? Whether we are streaming, whether we are watching, whether we are using for other purposes, it's all part of the package, as they say, right? So breaching it. So community guidelines is small towards like a as the name suggests, a guideline. It's nothing very specific. It's a very general, very broad term, very broad document to say things that what you can do and you can't do in Twitch. And if you breach the community guidelines, it's always they will take actions, supposedly. All right, they will take actions. They will either warn you, give you warnings, suspend you, and other actions that they can take, like banning you, even terminating your account. Because it's not mentioned here, but elsewhere in like the terms of service. All right. So we talk about each individual categories, like breaking the law, all right, suspension of evasion, self-destructive behavior, which I really went through in length because a lot of times. I think mostly for smaller streamers, we find ourselves uh, to attract a lot of very personal conversations between our viewers, our supporters. We have a lot of more personal conversations. We have a lot of more deeper conversations that we talk about with each other. So inevitably, we would talk about things that are depressing or negative or toxic in some way, as in things that are bad happening in our lives. And we are there to listen, of course, but at the same time, we do not want to encourage or leave the conversation in the same manner it was before, or make it even worse, right? Because we should not try, because all these conversations, we do not really know the other person personally. We do not know what our words would affect them, and how they will eventually go on with their lives. That's why we should try not to encourage any, or try to be a expert, try to advise, try to help people who are having problems in their life, who are in mental distress. The only thing we can do is be by them side, listen to them much as we can to an extent. And that is all. We should just acknowledge that they are going through something. But other than that, we shouldn't encourage them to continue into that sort of mindset and send them to a spiral down to their deepest core, deepest mind, and maybe cause them to do something that we wouldn't want them to do, right? Such as this self-destructive behavior. We won't want that to happen to them. And us streamers or other chatters in the chat should be responsible in trying to make sure that doesn't happen, right? Well, the best we can do is suggest to go look for professionals for help, right? Even though it is necessary. Well, for me, I would say it's necessary. If let's say you can't find a therapist or something, talking about it is fine. It actually helps, but you need to know how to any conversation. We can make any conversations really, but at the end, if we want to try and steer that conversation to a better one, to one that we can be happy about, can have fun with, right? Not send them into, not like agreeing to what do you say? If let's say that person is going through something in their life, and you're just agreeing with them, it's not really helping them, really. In fact, it might make it worse. Because sometimes people, when they're going through tough situations in life, they think it's they can't change it or remove themselves from that situation or improve that situation. We do not want to try and substantiate. We don't want to confirm that sort of thinking is impossible to avoid, impossible to recover from, right? Even though we ourselves have problems, we shouldn't try and advocate for that in a way. But yeah, that's self-destructive behavior. And then there's violence and threats. Do not know why this is a bit more detailed than the one above, because I think this one is less likely that people need to think it's wrong. Physical harm or doing anything threatening physical harm is bad, right? They include hacking as well. It's good. It's good. Sometimes people don't think threats of hacking is bad. Hey, Orville's, thanks for following. If you have any questions you want to ask, don't mind, feel free to do so. Any legal questions or non-legal questions, I can, if you are curious, ask away, right? I'll try my best to answer you. And so, how are you? Are you doing well? Doing good? Anyways, I'm recapping the community guidelines right now. So, just going to quickly go through all these categories again. And if you have any questions on this one, feel free to do so as well. Feel free to ask. Right. Right, moving on. We have hateful conduct and harassment. We talked about this last session of our legal investigations. All this is the one that is very important, especially this time and month. It's Pride Month, right? So I'm seeing a lot more hate going on. Unfortunately, a lot of more hate and harassment going on just because some part of our community is trying to celebrate, trying to be happy and celebrate of who they are, who they identify as, right? So really, hateful conduct and harassment is a really good read. You can try and read it as if it's some sort of a article on morality on this stuff. It covers a lot of things, right? Covers race, ethnicity, color, caste, national origin, immigration status, religion, sex, gender identity, sexual orientation, disability, serious medical condition, and veteran status. So this is hateful conduct. Then there's harassment. And as we all know, in social media and everywhere else, harassment is the thing that people do because they think they have there's no consequences, as they can avoid all punishments, and they will do it because for various reasons. But yes, all this is very important to know, and I hope some of you are going to go through it. If not anything else, this one you probably should to go through it. All right. Then, of course, moving on, we have unauthorized sharing of private information. Nothing really of importance because this is clear cut, something you shouldn't be doing, right? If let's say a content streamer is streaming something that would expose their location or their identity or anything like that, do not try and share it to someone else or clip it, as they say, or share it on Twitter or anywhere, really, because those informations, whether you are not using it for anything, is dangerous itself by sharing it. Yeah, it could harm that person if you share its location, share their bank account details or something like that. Anything would really, even if you do not would not have expected how that would harm that person. Don't do it, right? The action itself is harmful. That's what I'm trying to say. Of course, then moving on, we have impersonation. Do not try to impersonate someone in the internet, right? They are talking about not just individual or an organization. Do not try to pretend yet you're someone from Twitch, right? We as affiliates or partners of Twitch are not employees of Twitch or representatives of Twitch. We are much more like freelancers or independent contractors of Twitch. Our words do not represent Twitch at all, really. Okay? So that's something that apparently I've seen a couple of documents now, that Twitch is very, very vocal about it for some reason, all right, and serious about it. Then we have account usernames and display names. So basically saying whatever your username is, however you want to write it, it shouldn't contain all of this stuff, right? All of this stuff, it should not be apparent in your username. But quite interestingly, you can put alcohol or tobacco and marijuana, weed, in your name for some reason. Right, so I can put my name like Jake Vodka, Jake Tequila or something. I'm not sure why, but okay. Why people would do that. Anyways. Then we're moving on to spam, scams, and other malicious conduct. Because this is very common when we are streaming on Twitch or anywhere else. We receive a lot of spams, we receive a lot of scams, and other people who are trying to do very bad stuff. For me, it was a lot of bots that tried to advertise some sort of shady way of increasing views, followers, or subscribers. And then there is people who fake genuine, fake sincerity in terms of showing support to you in the chat, but apparently they are not, and they just want your follows, they just want your money, anything like that. Exposure, they want exposure. And of course I mentioned that because I encountered them myself, and that is why my chat is on follower mode, so that I do not need to necessarily moderate all those things, since I have no moderators myself. After been doing this for 5 months, there's not really someone that is constantly watching my streams, unfortunately. So I have to do all these things myself. And yeah, that is why this is something we should really be careful about as well. There's also the misinformation stuff, right? Misinformation, which is also the next category. I would like to add that over here in this category, it talks about people who seem to be trying to educate people, but are doing the opposite. They are trying to give you information that is false and would actually lead to very bad consequences. So what would be considered a misinformation actor is for Twitch is these three factors. One, they have to persistently share that information. Number two, that information is widely disproven and broadly shared by others as well. Okay? And number three, sharing this misinformation creates harmful effects. Right? So they gave a example of it. Obviously, they are talking about the pandemic, COVID-19, where there's so many misinformation going on around. From start to right now, it's still happening right now. It costs so many people's lives, right? Just by making someone believe in certain things could endanger their livelihood, can endanger their life themselves. So this is where I want to again, emphasize that both you and me have that responsibility to try and make sure people are not misinforming others, right? If let's say I myself am not trying to tell people things that are false, but then I see people in my chat doing that very thing that I'm not doing, even though he's not me, I can't control what he says as the streamer, right? Or as even a normal users, any users, it's our responsibility to try and fight that sort of act, that sort of a misinformation actor, as they say, because we want to try and keep our community safe, and by directly by being upfront about these things that you don't approve, disagree with, it helps a lot. Helps a lot, all right? Don't try to pretend it's not there, or don't try to think that it's not our responsibility. Doing nothing is the same, would have the same effect, right? Not how do you say? There's a phrase for it. Evil will triumph when people do not take any action, something like that. Yeah. So even if we keep silent on certain things, we don't want to poke our heads around, doing that inevitably or unavoidably harms people, will create problems, there will be consequences just by not speaking it out loud, which I talked about this lengthily, actually, because it reminded me of when I started out doing content on February. It's around March that time I came out to say that I am an ally, sort of. I'm an ally of the LGBTQIA plus community, the queer community, because there was one person that was within my reach, within my community, I guess, a mutual of mine that I followed. That time, I followed. I just followed people. It was a mistake I made. I have not done that anymore. Just simply following for follow. But that person had multiple accounts. But even in their own account, they have been saying a lot of openly saying a lot of anti homosexual sentiments, views, and all that, which is very, very bad. And I had to call it out, right? These things I have to call it out. I can't simply keep silent. Keeping silent is the same as how do you say, propagating this sort of behavior. If you do not try to openly disagree with this, your community, the people that follow you, the people that admire you or inspired by you, will think that if let's say they don't think it's wrong, they will think it's right. Then if they don't think it's right, at least they think it's neutral. They are in the neutral position, which isn't really what we're trying to encourage as well. Okay, so even if let's say doing that probably harmed my growth in some ways, because I was originally trying to be more active, be more part of the Malaysian community, because the person that had these sentiments was a Malaysian VTuber, and apparently nobody spoke out against him until I did something, really. But then again, there wasn't a lot in agreement with me, and I had a lot of Malaysian mutuals, and most of them kept silent, right? And probably not just keeping silence, but probably avoiding me as well. That's one thing that I have. That's a reality I have to face, right? I've considered that possibility that I will be quote unquote cancelled by my own local community, but I rather it felt I rather do something that felt right, it's right, rather than doing something just to conform with the society around me, conform with the majority around me, right? Just for my own personal benefits? No, no. There are some things, there are some principles that I have to follow, have to comply with, have to take note, live by. Yes, I see. And yeah, this is something I really try to keep in mind whenever I'm making content or whatever, or doing something in public, because it's something. It's one of the things that I want to try and able to accomplish. Not just making educational videos, right? But creating a community, interacting with people to the extent that will help them. And as I grow bigger and bigger, yes, my intention is to grow big, regardless. If that would make me less personal with people, but my goal is to reach out to more people, be able to help more people, able to spread more awareness, kindness to people. But yeah, it's actually what makes me happy, because doing my old job when I was actually practicing as a lawyer, I had no joy really in my work, because it was I was not really helping anyone, although I was specifically helping clients. But clients are the ones that are able to already get an assistance on those legal stuff. They have connections, all that. I was unable to help the ones that are in need of those legal knowledge, legal skills. So I was very unhappy with my job. I felt like I was just a cog in the machine, just helping people buying properties and selling properties, and nothing more. So that's why I decided to not stop practicing and instead try to educate people, right? In terms of trying to think like a lawyer. Let you all try to conduct yourself as if everything has every agreement, every connection that you make, every contract that you've done with people, there's an importance to it. You can see that importance to the terms and conditions you yourself. So I'm trying to do. Right? I'm reading all these documents, not because it's fun, but it's fun. It's fun for me. I hoping by reading all these documents, I'm able to let you know how I go through them myself, how a lawyer go through them, how we understand the terms and conditions, right? We always the thing we always do, we always say to ourselves is, we are interpreting documents always, depending on whose side we are on. Interpretations of words are always different, and words are the construction of words are very important as well. Using specific phrases, words would affect how a term would be enforced, would be upheld. A lot of that goes into making agreements and all that, and people don't see that. People don't think it's important, especially employment agreements, employment contracts. People don't think it's important. Some people think there's no need for employment contracts, which is a very, 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 very risky way of looking at work, at a job. There's pros and cons, but personally, I believe the cons outweigh the pros. Even you don't have an agreement, or don't have a contract. But yeah, I'm trying. That's what I'm trying. Making content because I like I like to be creative, and not just that, I like to educate people, and I hope one day I will be able to have enough influence to help a lot more people in the process. I'm not sure who I'm telling this to, but maybe I'm just telling this to myself. But yeah, I went on to too much of a tangent, and we have to come back now, right? All right. So continuing. So yeah, if you find yourself having some sort of viewers or streamers that is always trying to tell you certain things without any facts to back it up, you might have to be careful, man. Especially if this sort of information would affect their health, their finance, their livelihood, and all that. Okay. All right, next move on to this nudity, pornography, and other sexual content, which I went on very lengthily because they like the hateful conduct and harassment. It has its own additional guideline, talking a lot of things, right? So they have a couple categories, all saying things like what you can't do. So first, what you can't do in terms of anything that is of sexual nature, right? So first off, the most obvious one they don't want you to do is post anything, provide any content, or provide anything, any conversations that encourages these things, sexual violence and exploitation, right? These things should be obviously prohibited, right? Nothing of this, there's no loophole on this, there's no exceptions to this. Violence, sexual violence, or violence itself is wrong. Exploitation is wrong as well. Because none of it involves consent, none of it involves safetiness. None of that involves any of that. So I shouldn't be explaining any of this. It should be obvious. Don't do any of this, right? Then we have sexually explicit content and sexual services. And since they pretty much this just says Twitch is not a place for this sort of content, that's why they don't allow it, right? For at least for the ones that are very, very obvious, very apparent to be contents that are sexually explicit. Obviously. Because there are exceptions to this, which is they're calling it sexually suggestive content, right? Because even though they are saying, under here, they are saying sexually suggestive content is not allowed, but there seems to be exceptions to this, which is things like the examples itself, right? Like this one, which pole dances and acrobatics with sexually suggestive framing. So you can, from this example, you can see that the exception would be, as long as it's not sexually suggestive, it's fine. Pole dancing and acrobatics is fine. But one thing I want to point out is, yeah, this is a loophole. This one is a loophole. Why there are so many ASMR and hot tub channels right now? Right? It's actually, I can just summarize all this in that context. Those two are the main things that are being streamed right now. So let's talk about those, right? So over in sexually suggestive content, they are saying things like do not focus on breast, buttocks, pelvic region, including poses deliberately highlight these elements. Is all these are vague, right? In the sense that how do you say focus? What do you consider focusing? From what I can from the thumbnails, I guess. I wouldn't say thumbnails. The preview screenshots of all those streams I just saw, they are quite focusing on those regions. That's the thing. My interpretation, they are focusing quite a lot on those regions, but apparently it is up to interpretation as such, right? Because this is a very subjective thing, and that is why a lot of the top streamers, a lot of streams are able to get away with it because of the ambiguity, right? If let's say you ban this, you take actions against this streamer because they've breached this one, they did this one, and you have to apply the same standard of enforcement to all the streamers as well. All the streamers are doing the same thing. But if you're doing that, you're probably doing to hundreds, if not thousands, of streamers that are doing the same thing, right? So it is a rule. The rule exists. Enforcing the rule is nothing. So that is why those source streams exist, as well as the ASMR streams, where the ASMR content is just people licking the ASMR device, the audio device. I'm not sure what you call it, but yeah, and you can't really say it's what really. I'm not sure. Sensual, stimulating, audio stimulation. There's nothing sexual about it. I would disagree, because there are different ways to interpret that, right? Different ways to interpret that. One way I can interpret it is that it is fetishizing behavior or activity, such as focusing on body parts for sexual gratification or erotic roleplay. So even though, let's say, the ASMRs are just licking ears, but there are people who like that. Well, there are people who get sexual gratification from it, right? So why are they allowed is the question. Why is this not wrong? Or if it's wrong, why are they not enforced, right? A lot of questions on this one that I can't answer because we do not know we are not the representatives of Twitch. We can only speculate, and I don't like to really speculate too much, right? The only thing we can see is there is a lot of ASMR involving licking noises. All right. In anyways, yeah, so that is one thing. Then there's the nudity anti, which I would say I'll talk about the hot tub thing, really, because hey, Arion, thank you for the stretch and posture check, which I'm doing actually both. Ooh, and hydrate. My heart, though. What's wrong with your heart, Arion? Almost beat it. What do you mean by that? Ah. All right. Yeah, so hot tub, in a way, they, how do you say this? What was that thing again? Need to look it up. Underbus. Right. Over here, right? Take note of this word, underbus. They do not permit exposed underbust, but cleavage is unrestricted, as long as you cover your nipples. For the people who represent as women, right? Take note of this. Remember this. Then they mention things like what you can wear when you're streaming, right? So they say it has to follow context, has to follow intent. So if you, let's say, I think, yeah, the problem right now is swimwear, bikinis. People are wearing bikinis in streams. Previously, just wearing them on streams, not in the beach or anywhere that's appropriate for that attire. So it's very obvious that they are considered sexually explicit. But then apparently, to save the, I'm not sure why. Again, I'm not sure. This is speculation again. I'm just speculating that Twitch is probably thinking about profits, revenues from all these streamers that originally just wore bikini attire wherever they were, most probably in their room, was sexually suggestive, considered sexually suggestive, and Twitch gave them a loophole. Right? I think that is it. That is. Let me go through here. The FAQ. They are saying you have to wear attire that will be appropriate for the context, location, and activity they are broadcasting. So this is really almost beat the sound of a heartbeat. I still have no idea what you're trying to say, Arion. Are you saying you heard your heartbeat beating, or is it? Are you having a heart attack? Please don't tell me you're having a heart attack. But yeah, that's why there's, I would say, it's just a loophole for them to exploit. So now they have a reason to wear. They just need to give themselves a proper reasons to wear bikini. So how do they do that? And they do that by buying a hot tub. Whether that hot tub is a actual hot tub or just a kiddie swimming pool, mini swimming pool, inflatable swimming pool. Apparently that's allowed, and Twitch has facilitated that to make it possible, make it compliant with community guidelines, apparently, because they made a category itself for it. So really, it's a weird I would say in this context, Twitch is hypocritical in the sense that they are allowing certain things while not allowing, they are giving exceptions to things that are, anyone with a clear mind could see that they are sexually suggestive. All right. And yeah, apparently, I do not know why they have to put in the word the attire standard, right? They say you have to cover nipples, but underbust is not allowed, so you can't see the boobs, the bottom part of your boobs. But cleavage is unrestricted. So from the time I just briefly went through the entire go through the hot tub category. I don't see why what's the difference between the cleavage and the underbust, right? There are some that are quite revealing. Some are quite revealing. No idea why. So then again, they are all not exposing the underbust. Quite interestingly, they are following this at least. They're following not they are not exposing the underbust, which is funny to me. But then again, I'm going to clarify this. I'm not saying whatever they are doing is wrong, right? People can express their sexuality, express their attire any way they want. How to get viewers and all that. They do whatever they can, but it's a bit inappropriate. It's just so inappropriate. Is it violating community guidelines? If you ask me, I would say they found a loophole, and Twitch is supportive of that in a way. They're facilitating that loophole. So I would say they are not violating any community guidelines. Unfortunately, that is how Twitch is right now. Unless there are more strict complaints, or there are more serious complaints on these things, this is the reality that Twitch is in right now. So can't do much about that. Okay. So I won't really get into all of this right now, because I think there's not much to emphasize over here. Although interesting to know some of the things, but not necessary for us. Right? But yeah, there is also mentions of what you should be doing with games that have sexual content inside it, or nudity inside it. So Twitch's advice or Twitch's suggestion is don't show it. When it happens, skip it, remove your scene temporarily, and only show your game afterwards. They even give the example with The Witcher, right? So they say don't dwell on that thing, on that sexual content as much as possible, right? Okay, I think that's about it, right? That's about it. Unless people have questions about this category, then we'll be moving on, all right? Yes, so that's where we ended. Now we're going to continue with the rest of the community guidelines. Hopefully we'll be able to finish it. But I see this one, the big category here, and I don't think we can finish it anytime soon. Right? Let's continue anyways. Extreme violence, gore, and other obscene content. Content that exclusively focuses on extreme or gratuitous gore and violence is prohibited. So this is very obviously something you shouldn't show on Twitch, on stream. And probably for those games that are very, very, very violent, then again, we have to look into the context and intent why it was streamed. So again, all community guidelines, enforcement of community guidelines is a case by case thing. It's not a one thing is prohibited, everyone is prohibited from doing it. Some people are allowed to do it for certain reasons, certain exceptions, but yes, it's always a case by case thing. Right, we move on to the intellectual property rights, which is quite a big category. All right, we'll maybe, you know what, I'll leave this one. I don't think I can finish this. There is a bunch of things that we should be talking about. I'll put this as a different legal investigations. All right, intellectual properties, we're gonna skip you, but take note, this is a very important topic for all streamers, right? Please make sure you understand this, either on your own time, or you can ask me as well. Anyways, let's move on. We don't want to touch this one yet. Okay, right. Right, let's continue. Content labeling, which I have talked about in one of my videos, so I won't really get into this. I'm just going to tell you what it's briefly what it's about. All right, you are expected to accurately label your content to the best of your ability. When choosing a category of tag, please choose whichever best describes your content. Deliberate or extensive misuse of titles, tags, or game categories or other metadata are prohibited. Right. So, very simple. This one just says, whenever you're streaming something, you should describe your content as accurate as possible. All right. Like right now, my hands are stuck. Where's my? All right. There you go. I'm looking at my tags right now. My tags has 6. If you look at the chat, if you look at the stream below, there are a few tags. There's 6 tags actually. There's one called VTuber. There's one chilled, safe space, AMA, English, educational, which I think is very accurate to describe my streams, whether I'm playing games or not. It is always I am always welcoming of any questions people want to ask me, and it's a safe space. I do not discriminate anyone. I do not try to be exclusively supportive of certain groups, religions, or whatever. Safe space. Anyone can express themselves however they like. Then we have a VTuber, because I'm a VTuber. You can see I'm not exactly real, but I'm exactly unreal. I'm in between. VTubers are like that. Anyways, VTubers, and then we have AMA, ask me anything. Yes, you can ask me anything, really anything. Just that I have the discretion not to answer. All right, and then we have chilled. I would assume that I'm a chill person, right? Very chill. I do not scream. I am not too excited about things, or shout or anything like that. This is a chill stream. I do not put up very upbeat music or anything like that. And yeah, and all these tags are actually there's a definition for it. Twitch has provided a definition of it. I can try to show you what they are, but I think last time I tried, I think I was unable to do anything. They weren't showing. List of tags, Twitch. Guide to tags, list of tags. Yeah, for some reason it's not. Oh yeah, it's loading now, at least now. Last time it wasn't possible. So Twitch has a list of all the tags. you can use, and they have a description, a short, very short description of what they mean, and you use them. And there is a lot of tags, right? So we can just go to VTuber, right? There's a description for it, VTuber, for streams in which the streamer uses virtual avatar. Very simple. Then we have chilled, right? For streamers content featuring a chilled mood or vibe. Very accurate to my what I'm doing. Then we have AMA. It's up here. For streams with any emphasis on the answering of viewer questions, abbreviation for Ask Me Anything. Yes, correct as well, accurate. Then we have educational. For streams with an emphasis on educating viewers. Very true as well, very accurate as well. Right, then we have safe space. For streams featuring safe spaces that do not tolerate the harassment or abuse of marginalized people. Correct, very, very true, right? So none of this is wrong. It totally describes my stream. As well as, so going back to here, choosing the category or tag. The categories here I would assume would be what I'm streaming right now. So I'm just chatting. That's the best I can do, I can find, because there's no seminar or something like that. So just chatting is the most appropriate one that I can use to describe my content in the category, right? So what I'm trying to say is, this is all nonsense. In terms of enforcement, right? Why I'm saying that is because there was there is a continuing problem with content labeling, where a lot of people, at least for the VTuber side, people are using VTuber tag, whether or not they are VTubers. So that is problem that seems to think Twitch seems to think that it's not something they should really care about, because content mislabeling has been going on around a lot, and is done by a lot of top streamers of Twitch, and now action has been taken, as well as, even though after thousands of complaints to Twitch, apparently they responded by just saying they will take note of it, they will do something with it. But they are also saying that they won't take any actions against those that are supposedly mislabeling their content. All right, so yeah, so that's it. That's a problem with content labeling. Not much I can talk about other than whatever I've spoken on Twitch, on my video, other than bringing awareness to this problem, because tags really help, at least for me, at least for small streamers. It helps in exposure for us. Whether or not it helps a little or not, it still helps. If people just disregard tags as useful, then why do we have tags as a system itself? Why does Twitch implement tags if they are not useful for us to for people to find us, right? Might as well remove the entire thing, right? So again, a problem where we can't do anything about. We can only unfortunately see how it goes, right? We've spoken our mind, we've done everything we could, but it seems like the VTuber community is not as united as we thought on these issues, so it remains a continuing problem. But that's my opinion, right? You might have your own view on the matter, or might have none at all. But it's okay. We are all here just living by, right? Anyways, let's continue. I think we only have 2 categories left before I have to stop the stream, before we have to end the seminar, because that is pretty much it. Unless we should really talk about this one, really, because this is the only thing left. Maybe I'll talk to this at the end, right? See if we have enough time. Probably we have enough time, but yeah, we'll go through that, right? Now, let's see. Next category is additional gaming content guidelines. Referring to viewers to slots, roulette, and dice games. Linking to sites that include slots, roulette, and dice games, or sharing affiliate links or referral codes to such sites is not allowed. Yep, so don't do anything illegal. Don't promote people to play gambling stuff, right? Slots, roulette, dice games are all gambling gambling content. Very illegal. Because we're not casino owners, we're nothing like that. Even we are, Twitch doesn't allow it, alright? Cheating in online games. Well, this is apparently a thing. Cheating in online games. Another thing I would never expect that we can't do. Any activity such as cheating, hacking, botting, or tampering that gives the account owner an unfair advantage in an online multiplayer game is prohibited. This also includes exploiting another broadcaster's live broadcast in order to harass them in-game, such as stream sniping. Right, I've actually seen this in harassment, the category, about stream sniping. So yeah, this is something I only recently know about, is that you can't cheat while you're streaming in Twitch. Very interesting rule to put in the community guidelines. Because I would think that Twitch do not care about these things. Hey, thank you for the follow, H84K. How are you? Are you doing alright? Thanks for the follow. We're almost at the end of our community guidelines talk. But if you have any questions, feel free to ask, right? No problem with that. But we will be recapping the entire thing again at the end of the stream. Alright? We have plenty of time, because we're gonna at this stream a few more hours, just to see if anyone comes by, have any questions, I can answer them, because this is what legal investigations is. I read the entire community guideline, but at the same time I'm taking questions, answering anything you would like to know. This seems pretty interesting. Thank you for letting me know that. But yeah, I'm hopefully trying to educate more content creators in terms of trying to better their community, better their content, be safe in terms of how they legally conduct themselves and all that, right? So yeah, apparently you can't cheat in online games. Which is very strange. I guess it's that's the thing. I can't gauge how serious Twitch is on this one. How serious are they wanting to enforce this thing? I mean, a lot of people do cheat, hack and all that stuff. I've actually seen people highlight this sort of behavior. I've seen YouTube video of a Overwatch clip, Overwatch highlights, where this person, not the person that's hacking, this person that's legit playing the game, Overwatch, is a streamer, but was being stream sniped by someone else. No infinite money cheat. I don't think. Yeah, no. It's not like that. They're talking about online games. So a single player cheating is fine, totally fine, because you're cheating yourself only, as they say. But yeah, apparently it happens, and at least at that time that I saw that video clip, that person was not banned, or at least I think Twitch had no issue with that. I'm not sure right now if Twitch has any issue with it or would take any action against people who do cheat. But we'll see. Maybe it's only for tournaments, things that are more serious in nature, like the Overwatch or Apex or Valorant tournament. And if somehow they are stream sniping, maybe that's only when they really enforce this rule. Okay? Probably, because I don't see this being enforced all the time, even in casual games, casual multiplayer games. Okay, right, and then there is closed alphas, betas, and pre-release games. We ask that you respect all publisher, developer, enforce release dates, embargoes, and NDAs by waiting to broadcast these games until everyone else gets to. Unless given prior approval, your channel may be subject to DMCA takedown by the rights holder. Rights holders should report violations in accordance with our DMCA guidelines. We ask that users refrain from reporting possible violations via the user report tool. We ask that users refrain from reporting possible violations via the report. Well, so this is obvious how this is implemented, how this is relevant. But only probably for those that are sponsored, streamers that are sponsored by developers or publishers to play a certain game. They probably have NDAs, they will probably have agreements, terms and conditions between the developers. And I guess the Twitch is doubling down on this as well. They don't want to get sued by the developer or publisher because someone streamed their game earlier, even though they have been told not to. Right, so they are saying if this happens, Twitch will take the necessary actions. They will take a DMCA takedown. Right, but again, the copyright infringement report system, as far as a few weeks ago, I tried using it just to see how it works. Apparently, you can't do it. Not anyone can do it, really. Only copyright holders can report copyright infringement, and I would assume that is why copyright infringement is rampant in Twitch. No one can do anything against those that are breaching, they are doing copyright infringement, because apparently that's how things are like now. You can't. Even if it's very obviously infringement, but no, you can't. Which I will talk about soon. Something where I really take seriously, although I know many don't. Anyways, let's continue. We have our final off-service conduct. And there's an extra thing about it, but we might not talk about it, alright? Might not talk. Twitch is committed to facilitating vibrant and dynamic communities, which can only happen if our users feel secure and protected. In order to achieve this goal, Twitch enforces against severe offenses committed by members of the Twitch community that occur outside of our services, such as hate group membership, terrorist group recruitment, sexual assault, and child grooming. Right? So, alright, let's continue reading. We will investigate reports that include verifiable evidence of these behaviors, and if we are able to confirm, issue enforcements against the relevant users. We will also consider allegations of similar severe conduct by those wishing to join the Twitch community and if substantiated, we will terminate the account. We will do our best to ensure that our enforcement decisions are accurate, which in some cases will necessitate us bringing in a third-party investigator for thorough and partial review. If we are able to verify reports of off-service statements or behaviors that relate to an incident that took place on Twitch, we will use this evidence to inform our enforcement decisions. I think I would like to read further on this because they are just giving a few examples what you shouldn't be doing outside of Twitch. But I think they have much more broader examples. I think at least we'll look into this. Is it really a huge document or not? It's not really a huge document. So I guess I'll go through this as well. But we'll see what sort of things Twitch do not allow you to do, right? Outside of Twitch. Dun, dun, dun. Yeah, I'm having to eat mushroom fisherman. I've been speaking for what? Almost 6 hours now. Almost non-stop. Throat is getting sore. Imagine trying to sing karaoke for 3 hours. Oh, they got a lot of things under community guidelines. Yes. Since Twitch is a sort of a community-based entertainment, meaning to say streamers like us are very, very dependent on our viewers to make entertainment, to entertain you all, right? We interact with our viewers on a very, very not intimate but consistent level. We always talk to you all. We always try to see how you are doing, answer your questions, see what your preferences are, and let you try to influence the games we play. All those things. That's why Twitch has a huge, or not huge, several documents just talking about what you can do and cannot do in Twitch. Right, so this is like the subcategories of all the things that you're under community guidelines, which is a lot. That's why we're taking a long time to do it. In last session, we only just did hateful conduct and harassment. That is a huge document as well. So yeah, so let's see. We believe that the occurrence of severe offenses committed by Twitch users that may take place entirely off service can create a substantial safety risk to the Twitch community. As a result, we will issue enforcement against the relevant accounts up to an indefinite suspension on the first offense for some behaviors, which can take place offline or on other internet services, including, right? So all this is the things that you shouldn't be doing outside of Twitch. They even have got a list of prohibited games. Yes, they have a list of prohibited games and a general description of what sort of games are prohibited. Mostly games that are, how do you say, have sexual content in it. Sexual explicit content in it. Right. I'm not gonna let you see all the prohibited games. But then, of course, it's not an exhaustive. It's not a specific list or exhaustive list. As in, it's just an example. Yeah. As they say, example prohibited games. Not exhaustive. All right. So always judge what you can play and cannot play by yourself. Right. So what sort of things you can't do outside of Twitch, right? Deadly violence and violent extremism, terrorist activities or recruiting, explicit or credible threats of mass violence against group of people, event, location where people would gather. like what's happening in the United States. People are being threatened to for just attending pride events. Then there's the leadership or membership in a known hate group, carrying out or deliberately acting as an accomplice to non-consensual activities and or sexual assault, sexual exploitation of children, such as child grooming and solicitation, distribution of underage sexual materials, actions that would directly and explicitly compromise the physical health safety of the Twitch community. Explicit or credible threats against Twitch, including Twitch staff, harmful misinformation actors or persistent misinformation super spreaders. Alright. All these things has been quite happening rampant past 2 years. Hey, thank you for the follow, Zenio. Is that how I call it? How I pronounce your name? Also HA4K. How do I pronounce your name? Here? Hey, ooh, thanks for the follow, Darkstar. Reading this is a sacrifice. It's okay. I like reading this stuff. Zenio. Alright. Zenio. Hello. So, thanks for following. If you have any questions, legal questions or non-legal questions, or not related to this one even, feel free to ask. I can answer all of them as much as I can. Alright? Don't have to be shy about it. We work to keep Twitch space safe. We work to keep Twitch spaces safe and inclusive, both to stream and create content. Also for our communities to meet in person. Already? Oh. Individuals who have engaged in the severe forms of abuse listed above, we believe are more likely to engage in behaviors on Twitch in violation of our community. Wait, what? In community. Individuals who are engaged in the severe forms of abuse, alright. Or would create overt safety risks of our communities. Alright. Don't know why it has to be emphasized like that. Must be happening a lot, at least in the United States, because I have not really known the mutuals, that anyone that I know are acquainted with. I have not really encountered any of these sort of things, but I guess it happens, and it happens so much and so seriously that Twitch has to make a document just to talk about these things. Is it legal to download music from Spotify for free? Of course, without premium. What do you mean by downloading music from Spotify? I know there's a way to download it, but still play it on Spotify itself. If you have premium, of course, then yeah, you can download it. But if you're talking about downloading it to your computer, to your phone storage, or anything like that, that is probably a violation or in breach of their terms of service. So probably not. You can always go through their terms of service, but I can safe to assume that it's not allowed, because they would tell you how you can use their music, right? Spotify would tell you how you can use their music. Most likely they'll tell you can only use their music while using their app. Of course, by using website. Yes, I know there are ways to do things like that, but importantly is it's probably FBI will come to your house. They won't do anything. I can tell you they won't. People won't go after you, of course. They will only go after people who distribute it for the sake of how do you say? It's like you're the small fish. There are bigger fish to catch, and the bigger fish to catch is the ones providing the ways to distribute the Spotify songs, right? Same goes for anything really. So like distributing games illegally, distributing music illegally, distributing movies illegally, all those like Pirate Bay, all those sites, whatever, torrent sites or all that stuff, they will go after those people. They will not go after, most likely they do not have the resource to go after you or anyone that is consuming those services or those products through those providers, right? Not saying it's right, not saying it's wrong. You have to determine that yourself. But legally wise, practically wise, no, if let's say, would FBI try to catch you for doing it? Unless you're the one who's operating that downloader or whatever, Spotify downloader or whatever, you're not at risk. I can safely say that about 90%. Am I a lawyer? Yes, I'm a lawyer. Although I've stopped practicing to do this full time, but I was a practicing lawyer specializing in estate law. But I am versed in employment as well. So if you want to ask me employment laws as well, I have no problem answering. Anything really. Copyright laws, I have no problem, because recently I've been reading a lot on copyright laws to understand. Because I'm doing content creation, I have to understand what I can do in terms of using other people's content, other people's media, whatever, songs or anything like that. Very educational. Thank you. Hey, how do I pronounce your name? Hey, HA40, HA or 4K. Is it a hick? Is that 8? I'm not sure. Anyways, yes. I, of course, I'm nothing to. I don't have a thing to provide you to show that I'm a lawyer. But yeah, all I can say is you can decide whether to take any weight in my words, or you can do your own research as well. Is it legal to download non-copyright songs? Non-copyright songs. Are you talking about public domain songs? Public domain works? Because there is no such thing as no copyright music. Only copyright works. Almost everything someone creates is owned by someone. Like Alan Walker songs. You're talking about game original soundtracks. Wait, Alan Walker. What is Alan Walker? Is it like the... Wait, is that a DJ? Yeah, the DJ. Of course you can't. They are still considered copyright music. All right. DJs, they remix music, of course, yes. They remix original music, but they do it by getting the licenses to do it. So even though the songs they make, they remix or whatever, they DJ, they are paying for it. They are not non-copyright. And when they remix it themselves, it is also a copyright work. All right, it's a bit complicated to try to explain this, but when someone remixes a song, an original song, it doesn't. That's remix song is its own original creation. It's a derivative work of that original song. And of course, using that remix, Alan Walker probably still has to pay a certain fee to the original maker. Whether it's a yearly thing, a monthly thing, or a one-off payment, they have to pay something when they're using someone's work. So so to keep it simple, right? Copyright works as long as someone creates it. Someone else creates it or someone uses it,
it has to originate. The rights has to originate from somewhere. Yeah, people use that song since YouTube videos to avoid copyright. That's the thing. Copyright laws on YouTube and Twitch is a, how do you say? They are enforced, not consistently, right? There are tons of streamers, there are tons of YouTube channels using other people's music, and you find it strange, right? They are not getting no actions are how do you say? No actions are taken against them. YouTube is not taking down the videos, or Twitch is not doing anything about people who are streaming obviously copyright music and all that stuff. Why is that happening, right? We have to question that. Of course, obvious reason is this enforcement is copyright enforcement is based on entirely human manual work. So if let's say there is 10,000s of people committing copyright infringement, it's not possible for all of them to be caught, because big YouTubers, tech reviews, they use NCS to test speaker, right? So if you're talking about famous YouTubers, people with 100 with 1 million subscribers, 100,000 subscribers, or 10 million subscribers, and you find them using popular music, right? They use NCS to test music. Again, there's no such thing as non-copyright songs. They are still copyright songs. So you do not know how they are using it. How were they able to obtain those music to use, right? Did they say anything about it? Did they have a video clarifying how they are using it in their descriptions or in their video descriptions? Did they say did they credit them? Did they say they bought license from the specific people, right? Yes, because he said nah, right? So we do not know. We do not know how they are using those music, and if they are legitimately or legally using them. The only thing we can assume is that they did buy license. Did they pay for the licenses to use those music, right? Big YouTube channels, those that are companies themselves, most likely will have bought copyrights, have bought licenses from the actual copyright holders to use those music. Or if they credit them, then it's over, right? No. Crediting doesn't do anything. Crediting is only, you can say, part of the agreement. Sometimes when the original creators, the original songwriters, when they give you copyright licenses, when they give you licenses to use their music, they have terms and conditions in it. Not just paying them a certain amount of money, they might also ask you to credit them. So that's part of it. So crediting itself is not a way for you to avoid copyright infringement. It doesn't allow you to use their music. They have to explicitly tell you they allow you to use their music according to whatever terms and conditions they have implemented. Right? Always think music as a product, as some sort of a product you can give to people, you can sell to people, right? And can continuously sell them over and over again because you're the original creator. Sometimes you can give your entire rights of that what you created to another person. That's called master license. Giving the entire copyright to that person's for them to use however they like. That is actually what happens when musicians, songwriters sign an agreement with record labels, right? when they produce albums and all that, they are produced through a publisher, through a company, and those companies help them sell those songs. And how do they do that? They have to get the copyrights first from the songwriters. So most likely in their agreement, they pass everything to them. They hold the copyrights. The company holds the copyrights. And that's how these companies give out licenses, give out people permissions, give out licenses, tell people, make agreements with other people how they can use those music. Right. My very small YouTuber friend who has 1,000 subs used some music in video and just credits them in description. He says that's it. You have to understand this. Sorry. Yeah. So this is very, very vague. 1,000 subs. Okay, that's not really relevant. Some music in video and just credits them into screen. He says that really depends on the song, on the original creator, right? Do you know what was the conversation? What proves your friend to be able to legally use the music in that video? How has the original creator told your friend that they can use the music by just crediting them in the description? We always have to find out where, how, right? We can't just assume people saying they did this and that's okay, that's fine. We need facts. We need some sort of facts backing up that statement. As far as I know, you have to be careful with all this stuff. I don't know, it's not that he can ask permission to Drake on Twitter. So yes, that's the thing. If you didn't get a permission, if you didn't get any permission at all, explicit permission, a direct statement, a direct message, or direct confirmation, official confirmation that someone has allowed you to use that music, assume that you have no rights to use it, right? You have to think about why can you use it legally. There's no magic. In copyright laws, there's no magic words or magic sentences or magic credits automatically allows you to use anything. And okay, so it's illegal. I have to know the entire story. I can't answer you completely. From the things that you've just told me, I would lean towards it's not legal. All right. I always say this: unless I have the full information of whatever you just told me, I can't say for certain whether it's illegal or legal. But what you can tell from what you have told me, doesn't seem like a legit. Doesn't seem like a proper way of using using other people's music. Let me see. You do what you have to do, Darkstar. You do what you have to do. But that's pretty much it. If anyone really wants to use copyright stuff, always ask yourself, did you get permission? Did you get license? How can you prove it? Did they told you directly? Did they explicitly say this is so and so, or this channel is able to use my music for this in compliance with these terms and conditions? If they have that, no problem. If you don't have that, just assume you didn't get permission, right? Like the analogy, you want to do something with someone, you want to partner with someone, do business with someone, use someone's product, use someone's image. You have to have a proper document to say all that is happening. What is Creative Commons? Creative Commons is, let me check. It's a type of copyright, license made by the organization Creative Commons. They are, I think, as far I understand, they are a organization that how do you say, facilitate copyrights. They compile the copyrights. They are the authorities to compile all the copyrights. They have a list of copyrights and how they are supposed to be used, what type of license can be issued out, and all that, as far as my understanding goes. But they are not in itself copyright or something like that. They are an entity that monitors copyrights, enforces copyrights as well. It is also their reach is also global. Yeah, so not just United States, although they originated from United States, but their way of doing things of organizing copyrights and all that is global. But yeah, that's sad. But I'll talk about that further detail. I think in the community guidelines there also mentions of that. What is partial license or MIT license on many softwares? That I will have to look into. Not so sure. Doesn't look like a partial license. Free software. It allows users to use the software for any purpose. It's free software license. This is a Rico stream. No problem. Well, as far as I can see, it's some sort of program. Some sort of software. It's not an actual copyright license. It allows users to modify, distribute modified versions of the software. That's a concern of royalties. I'm guessing it's something like a software or open source software where you can use it without a fear of copyright claim. Meaning, say it's open to the public to use all its codes and programming. From what I can understand. I mean, I'm not a lawyer, but this is interesting to me for whatever reason. I'm glad you like it. I'm glad you like it. But yeah, I'm just saying this because I would say a better example of what a partial license is, although it's a software, I can say it's the same as OBS. If you're a content creator, you probably understand what OBS is. It is also a open source software where you can use it to do anything you like, including using it for commercial purposes, right? So I would assume, don't quote me on this, a partial license is something like that. It's a open source software where you do not need to pay any royalties, you do not need to pay any fees to use the software for your own purposes, for streaming, for recording videos and all that stuff. Although I'll have to check the terms of service on OBS itself as well. As you know, anything that you're using really, whether you're using YouTube, you're watching on YouTube, you're using Twitter, you're using Twitch, Facebook, all these websites, all these services, all these softwares, apps, they all have their terms of service. They all have things that they all have their community guidelines. They all have their copyright stuff, copyright law stuff, all of it. It's just that we, most of us lay people, do not have the understanding or the patience to go through all these documents on a daily basis. Example, every time you install a game,
Every time you install a game, there is always a prompt for you to look at, to agree to the whatever terms of sale that the game requires you to agree, right? When you buy a game, there is always that thing that you have to check, agree everything. All things that you buy, all things that you use have an agreement. Should have taken law in college. I would not recommend that unless you are really passionate. Because a career in how do you say, legal, a career in law isn't really prospective, profitable. It's really it's all about passion. And if you don't mind having no personal life, then yeah, go on with becoming a lawyer. I'm not Corey. Dude, you're a person, Darkstar, you can be a lawyer whether you're whatever ethnicity you are, right? Alright, let's just continue, right? Continue with this one. So we saw what what Twitch doesn't allow for you to do outside of Twitch, what you can do outside in your real life. All these very obviously things that you can't has been happening within but the past 2 years, right? The pandemic and all the political and social unrest that's happening is mentioned here. So even if, let's say, you are like an angel, like a saint in Twitch, if you're a horrible person outside of it, Twitch will find. If Twitch finds out, your account is no more. Right? But I think this is all really just trying to explain. But let's continue reading. All right, let's continue reading this. I'll come back to any of you have questions. As a consequence, we will apply these standards even if the target of this behavior is not a Twitch user, or the person engaging in abuse was not a Twitch user at the time they committed a severe offense. Persons who engage in these forms of severe abuse of service are also prohibited from subsequently registering Twitch accounts, and attempting to do so will lead to the account's termination. Ooh. So whether you have an account with Twitch or not, if you have been doing all this stuff, you are likely not to be able to create an account in the first place. Or if you are able to create an account, they can, based on your past actions, ban you. Alright. Then it says, we also recognize the toxicity and abuse can spread to Twitch from outside our services in a way that is detrimental to our community. To mitigate this harm, we will take reported off-service contacts into account when evaluating violations of any of our policies that occur on Twitch. If we are able to verify reports of service statements or behaviors that relate to an incident on Twitch, we will use this evidence to support and inform our enforcement decisions. Yep. Yeah, just explaining that they will do their own investigations outside of Twitch as well. Because we have less context around behaviors that occur outside of Twitch, we generally require the evidence of these activities is verifiable before we will take action. In most cases, this includes direct links to public posts or content directly uploaded by the infringing user. Screenshots and other content from third parties that may be edited, doctored, or falsified are generally not considered to be sufficient unless they are supported by other variable evidence or confirmed by our third-party investigator as authentic. Additionally, we will consider law enforcement actions as an input when assessing the credibility of accusations and evidence. So they are saying they take these things very seriously by corroborating evidence, by looking at all the evidence they have. They only say for certain or for almost certainty that they have done all the bad things above. Who writes community guidelines and form and term and conditions must be boring. Well, Darkstar, I hope these are all written by an actual lawyer or a team of lawyers, right? All these documents, I would assume lawyers or together with a human relations team have written all this stuff. Human relations or public relations? Not sure. It has to be a assortment of experts in making this document. Can't be just one single person. If it's just one single person, there will be a lot of problems, a lot of flaws and all that. But yeah, because these documents are going to be read by some people, but it's going to be enforced to everyone. So that's why these documents are, even though they might be boring, they are, as far as I can see, most of it at least, are carefully crafted. Right? There's not a lot of problems in it, except for those that explicitly feels like very biased for Twitch, for the benefit of Twitch. Right? Twitch will leverage third-party legal experts to assist in investigating severe offenses that occur outside of the Twitch services when needed. Users can contact the Twitch off-service investigations team to directly report cases of any abhorrent and impactful off-service abuses listed above. These reports go directly to our global team responsible for investigating allegations of severe off-service offenses and are handled with complete confidentiality. Well, apparently they have a team of investigators working on a global scale. How true is this? I'm not sure. But yeah, I think that's that. And we have our FAQ, limitations in acting off service behaviors. Twitch has established this policy primarily to protect the safety of our users. Because of this, persons who have carried out severe offenses and created safety risks will be prohibited from using our services. However, in cases where these behaviors have occurred in the distant past, users have gone through a trusted rehabilitation process, such as a legally mandated time served in a correctional facility, and our investigative process determines that there is no evidence to suggest that the user would cause any clear and present danger to the community. We may decline to take actions against the user or suspend their account based on an appeal. For particularly egregious offenses that present a physical safety risk to the community, the suspensions will not be eligible for appeal, no matter how much time has elapsed. Now I feel the answer I accidentally saw in school when I was 10 years ago was also illegal. What? The answer that you accidentally saw in school when I was 10 years ago was also illegal? Not sure what you're referring to, but I don't think it's illegal. Whatever you're trying to say. Yeah, when you were 10, you saw some sort of answer in a school test, right, or something like that. Nah, it's not illegal. It's just wrong. In school test, I mean. Yeah, not illegal, just wrong. Right, FAQ. Why is Twitch moderating off Twitch conduct? Well, before that, this one. So apparently, even though I was thinking they were quite strict, even past actions they would take into consideration on banning you, but apparently not. If they find that you have turned a new leaf, I guess, as the saying goes, you are safe, or at least you are determined to be safe for the community to join. Oh god, I'm on my way to hell. Probably not. Why is Twitch moderating off-Twitch contact? We recognize that harassment against Twitch community members can sometimes originate from off-Twitch contact. Our desire to moderate verifiable off-Twitch harassment stems from our belief that ignoring contact when we are able to verify and attribute it to a Twitch account compromises one of those most important goals. Every Twitch user can bring their whole authentic selves to the Twitch community without fear of harassment. Right. Now, this is something I agree. We shouldn't be acting hypocritical. We shouldn't be acting like a two-faced person. While being kind in one situation and being a horrible person in another situation. We shouldn't be like that. How is Twitch moderating off-Twitch contact? Reporters of harassment must submit links to evidence with their report. The moderation team will only take action if links provided are verifiable, content can be directly tied to the report Twitch user, target of harassment is not a Twitch user, group of Twitch users, or Twitch employees. Moderation team determines the conduct violates our policies. Twitch will not actively monitor other websites or services for violations of our community guidelines, nor will we be acting on off Twitch content created prior to March 5th, 2018. Yeah, that makes sense. It won't be possible for them to constantly monitor. Right. So that's off-surface conduct, alright? And we've completed that one. So what is the remaining thing now? The remaining thing that we have to talk about is the intellectual properties rights, which you just asked. Copyright. Alright, copyright is just a type of intellectual property rights. Intellectual property rights, how I would explain this is, again, if let's say you can say you own a house, you can own a car, or you can own a computer. The same goes to other things that are intangible, things that you can't touch per se, like a company design, company brand, like Nike's brand or Gucci brand, Adidas, all that stuff. They have logos, they have trademarks. Trademarks one. So they have logos, they have designs, they have names, all that. Those are things that we can't touch, but can be owned. So those are intellectual properties as well as things like inventions, scientists inventing something or inventing drugs, treatments, vaccines, all that stuff can be owned. At least the way we create, how we create them, right? Having ideas, all those things can be owned. So right now it's going to tell you this. For Twitch though, they're saying you should only share content on your Twitch channel that you own, right? Explicitly tell you this. They're not beating a bush around on this one, or that you otherwise have rights to or are authorized to share on Twitch. So very simple. Only stream things that you own. Only stream things you have rights to stream, to share, right? Ask yourself these questions. If they are in the positive, if they are yes, then you can do it. If you are in the negative, find out how you can make it a positive. If you can't make it a positive, don't do it. Right? Don't do it. Then it says if you share content on your Twitch channel that you do not own or otherwise do not have the rights to share on Twitch, you may be infringing another person's intellectual property rights. This includes any third-party content included in your content, derivative creations, or performance of other copyrighted content. Right? So third-party content, which they say whether it's part of content, derivative creations, or performance of other copyright contents. So I can assume this is just saying, if you're talking about content, you're directly copying, directly using someone else's work without changing anything. That is that. Then derivative creations. You're using someone else's works, but you try to modify it. So you, like, say, if it was a song, a copyrighted song, you want to use it, but instead of outright using its original recordings, you use your own instruments and your own vocals to recreate that work. That is called derivative creations. Derivative creations. Something that you have derived from someone else's work, right? Then there are performance of others' copyrighted content. Similar, but also involves using someone else's work, but in a more performative, as in on a stage, in a public area, you're using that person's content in such a way, right? We encourage you to assess your content for adherence to applicable intellectual property laws and the proper application of such principles such as fair use, and to secure all appropriate rights needed before sharing your content on Twitch. So, this is not really helpful for a lot of people. They're just telling you, if you do want to use other people's work, other people's intellectual properties, do your own research. Do your own research, proper research, and getting proper advice and all that before actually using it, right? That's right. To tell you, apply, how do you say? They talk about fair use. They're telling you, apply fair use on your own. So basically, if you think what you're doing is under fair use, then yeah, you can use it. But this is very bad advice. Very, very, very bad advice. Because not everyone is a lawyer. Not everyone is a legal expert. So there's a high chance people won't know what is fair use, or would think they are using what they are doing is fair use, but they are not. Hey, Aiden. Hey. Welcome to the stream. Or if you're just, I don't think, did you just arrive? If you just arrived, thank you for coming by. But yeah, I'm talking about copyrights again because it's under community guidelines. But yeah, if you do want to use someone's, I just woke up. Aiden, bruh, what did you do last night? If you want to use any intellectual properties, if you have no idea how, really do your research, really see how to use them. Don't just assume that you know you can do it. Life do change a man, bruh. I'm technically a NEET as well. But well, I guess I'm working, so more or less I'm right now in the same situation as you, although yours is temporary. But hope you had a good rest in any case. So yeah, I'm gonna read all of this first, then I'll see if I want to expand further on fair use. If someone is curious about wondering what is fair use, let me know, alright? Okay, let's continue. Any unauthorized content you share on Twitch violates our terms of service, right? And is subject to removal. Multiple violations of our policies may lead to a permanent suspension of your account. Rights holders may request that Twitch remove unauthorized content and or issue penalties through the following process. Yeah, fair use is something that you need to assess yourself if it constitutes as fair use. without going to it deeply, I'm just going to say that unless you're a journalist, unless you're a reporter, unless you're a really a legit educator and all that stuff, don't try to use fair use as a basis for using someone else's work, right? You can't really, there's a lot of things you can't justify with fair use. A lot of things. It is a very specific exception to copyright infringement, because we have to always understand this. Fair use doesn't mean you're not doing any copyright infringement. Fair use is an exception to copyright infringement, because it doesn't, how do you say, you're not saying you're not committing, when you're using fair use as a defense, you're not saying you're not committing copyright infringement. You're saying you're committing copyright infringement, yes, but I am doing it based on fair use. So yeah, understand that sentence, all right? You are committing copyright infringement, but trying to justify it by using fair use. Fair use doesn't negate copyright infringement. In the end, it's a defense, it's an exception, which is no one can determine whether it's right or whether you are actually whether this defense is applicable to you. Only the court can tell you that. Even let's say you get a lawyer to help you find out whether you can use fair use, that is the lawyer's advice, right? If you probably followed someone's advice, legal practitioner's advice, they would probably tell you the risks in trying to use fair use as an exception, as a defense. And again, it's a defense, meaning to say, copyright holders, you're not immune to copyright strikes. You're not immune to legal actions being taken against you. They can always do it first, do all the necessary actions against you, and only after everything almost comes to a height, then you can only use fair use, right? It's not a shield for the beginning process of copyright infringement. Can I get copyright by my own content? If you're talking about you making your own content and suddenly you get copyright strike or copyright legal actions taken against you or whatever, of course that is, with the example you've given me, it's very vague. I'm always that kind of guy. I need more information to give an opinion. But if it's really just what you made yourself, you can't copyright. You can't copyright infringement yourself, unless someone is fraudulently pretending to be that person, pretending to be you, saying, "Hey, I made that thing that you made. I'm copyright. I'm taking legal actions against you," and that would be a fraudulent act, and that would be quite serious. Could be considered criminal as well, right? Impersonating someone, it falls under impersonation as well. There's no possible way you can copyright strike yourself for your own content, for things that you created yourself, unless if you use someone else's content. Again, if you use someone else's content, if you use someone else's creation works, there's a possibility you're infringing copyrights, no matter how little you're using. You're using 1 second of someone's music, still copyright infringement. Let's say I have 2 YouTube channels and I create some content. Does that copyright cover my second channel? Again, well, not again. Let us
ponder this theory, all right? This hypothesis. If you make two accounts on YouTube channel, you make content in both accounts, both channel. Now the question is, who owns these channels? Who owns these two YouTube channels? You, right? You're the owner of these two channels. So if that is the case, how would you what would be the issue? How would someone say that your channel is not, whatever you created in your channel is not yours, if you clearly identify yourself as both the owner of these accounts? There's no restriction for YouTube to create multiple accounts. There's no problem with that. But actually, YouTube actually allows that for you to make multiple accounts. I mean, so really, it's a non-issue. It's something that I don't think there would be a problem if you did. For whatever reason you want to do, for whatever reason what you want to make two channels. I mean, I've seen people try doing it. I think at least famous YouTubers, they make one channel for streaming, one channel for specially crafted videos. I've used music from my first account and it says to split profit or something. Darkstar, I have no idea what you're trying to say. You use music from my first account and says to split profit or something. Who is saying to split profit or something? What are you trying to say? Who is telling you to split profit? If you have used music for your first account and it says to split profit or something? No. Again, who is saying splitting profit or something? Because I don't see the logic behind this. YouTube say if you see copyrights music, where did YouTube say this? Do you have a link? I'm okay with you posting a link where YouTube officially says this. All right? And we'll look into it. They share ad revenue of that video. Again, I'm not particularly how do you say? I would understand the specific circumstances of happening, so I will have to look into that. But if you have any official statement from YouTube, a website, a page, or something like that, you can send it to me wherever you like. But I don't see it as a problem in terms of copyright. And so I have no idea it's a thing. I have no idea splitting profits between channels is a thing. I have to look into that, right? And what I'm trying to say is, always try to figure things. Whatever you heard, whatever you saw, let yourself know where did it came from, right? Where did all this information you've found came from? Then only see if it's legit. I mean, if you use some copyright content in the video, then YouTube recommend you to share revenue. Yeah, so all right. I sort of understand what you're trying to say now. You're saying that I only know this in a legit sense, in the more of it actually happened to me and other people. When you're using music that is not yours, YouTube will tell you that this music or this audio portion
is owned by someone else, and whatever revenue is being obtained from this video will be transferred to the actual copyright holders, right? That is what I know. What I recall YouTube would do would do automatically by their system. But as far as I know, if you're not using copyright stuff, then there shouldn't be a problem. If you're using content made by yourself, again, made by yourself, not by anyone. You made your own music, you made your own content, you do all your own voice, your own original songs, music, videos, editing. There shouldn't be any problem. There shouldn't be any triggering of YouTube's copyright content ID. Let's say if a company makes music and it is uncomposed by me, so I can use it in my content. If a company makes music and it is composed by you, so can I use it in my content? All right, let's back up a bit. You're saying you're making music. You made a music. You made some sort of music. You sold it to that company? No, it's okay. I'm trying to understand. I'm trying to understand what you're trying to tell me. So you're saying you made music, but you gave it to, you sold it, they produced it. The company made music, but composed by you. Let's say if a company makes music and it is not playing, so I can use it in my content. A company produced the music, but you composed it. So you're part of the company? Why did you compose the music? Is this actually happening, or are you just giving me a situation? Daxa, you're giving me a what if. It's a situation. Well, I can't really tell you then, because it doesn't sound like it's something that will logically or rationally happen. Because if, let's say, a company specializes in producing music and you compose it, that would mean that you're part of the company, or the company hired you to compose music for them. If that is the case, if that is what you're trying to say, correct me if I'm wrong, then that would mean that it depends on what's your relationship with your company and you. What have you both agreed on, right? The company is a company that registered as a one that produces music, and they hired you to make music. I mean, like, company contracts hire me for making music, then can I use this for my personal revenue? So yeah, I understand. I understand what you're trying to say now. So yeah, so again, we need to first find out what is the agreement between you and the company. We need to find out the terms and conditions between you and the company. What has been said on how you can use this music, how the company can use this music. So it really depends on terms and conditions, what you both have agreed on before making the music, before composing the music. If, let's say, that the company and you have made that music together somehow, some reason, maybe they funded you, they invested in you,
And one of the terms is to say that you, the composer, you, the one who created music, can use it for your own self, for your own commercial profit, for your own benefit. If there is such a term, if there is such an agreement between you and the company and yourself, then yes, that is most likely what you can do with that music you compose for the company. But the more logical thing that would happen, a more practical thing that would happen is company will hire you to make music because they want to use that music, and they want to use that music for a specific purpose, and only that for that purpose only. And most likely they will not allow you to use it for your own personal benefit, personal revenue, as you say. That is most likely the situation. So again, my point is, it depends on the terms and conditions, the agreement between you and the company for you to use that thing. Right? I explain this in very, very simple terms. It's much more complicated than that. Since it involves copyright licenses. All right? But that is the gist of it. Copyrights, right? Always dependent on the agreement with one and another. The agreement determines, the terms and conditions determines how you can use them. If it's not written in there, you can't do it. If it's written in there, you can do it. It's simple, and it is why it is important, whatever situation you're in, right? You're working for someone. Let's say you interviewed, you are hired to do a job. You're given a employment contract. You were given a contract to sign to work with a company. This is most likely the document, the only legal agreement that you ever see in your entire life, probably, right? For us normal people, that is the only that's the only document. That's the document that you have to be very careful of. I've worked for several years. I have seen several different agreements, employment agreements. I know how important it is to put certain clauses. So this is very off tangent, but this is just a general advice for everyone that is working or is bound to work. Read your contracts. See what it allows you to do, what benefits you can claim, what benefits you can claim. How can you quit your job? How much salary are you getting? How much increase in salary are you getting? All this is very, very important. Very important. Okay? I might do a employment contract stream. I don't know. I'm not sure how that's possible. But I've done multiple videos on employment contract in my YouTube channel. I've simply explained what are important things you have to take note when you're working for someone, and all the terms and conditions in an employment contract, and your rights as an employee, right? So there's that. Very, very off tangent, but I hope that's something good, and I hope Darkstar, I answered your question. If not, let me know. I'll try and explain it to you. All right? Don't feel how do you say, uncomfortable, right? Anything like that. Okay.
So yeah, intellectual properties. So this sentence, all right. Any unauthorized content you share on Twitch violates our terms and subject to remember. Blah, 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 blah. Yeah, I've read this. So there are 3 types of right holders make requests. Oh yeah, they are just talking about how copyright holders or intellectual property rights holders may take actions against streamers. So one, they can, for copyright works, they can issue takedowns via the DMCA. All right, DMC takedowns, DMC strikes, whatever you want to call it. Then there's trademarks. I think this is less of a problem. Most streamers normally just commit copyright infringement. They don't commit trademarks unless they are doing some sort of business through streams. Then yeah, possible. And for copyrighted works owned by rights holders with whom Twitch has contractual arrangements, we may have copyright works owned by rights holders with Twitch contractual arrangements. So they have relationships with Twitch. They have a separate reporting and handling process. For example, the music reporting process. Ooh, right? Interesting. So simply, for us, we just have to take note of copyrights and trademarks. For those that do not understand, trademarks is simply what I just explained in regards to businesses using their logos, their names. How do I say? And what example can I give? For example, you can't make if let's say you're a business. This is mostly for businesses and companies. It doesn't really relate to copyright. So if let's say your channel is using the logo of Nintendo for whatever reason, and you're using it to sell products, that is considered trademark infringement. So you're using a company's logo for your own benefit, right? And without getting any permission, licenses, or anything to do that. So yes, that is something less likely to happen for streamers, but still something to keep note. Right. Then we have examples of content you should not share on Twitch without permission from the rights holders or unless otherwise permitted by law. Right. So these things, a lot of people do it. They don't care, but it's here. Yeah. So streamers cannot stream without permission, right? In bolded, without permission from the rights holders or unless otherwise permitted by law. You cannot stream other streamers' content without permission. You cannot stream pirated games or content from unauthorized pirate servers, right? You cannot stream content from other sites, right? Very, very explicit. They're just telling you here, right? Content from other sites. For example, YouTube. Okay. Movies, television shows, or sports matches. Music you do not own or do not have the rights to share. Okay? Goods or services protected by trademark. Very, very clear. There's no loophole, but yeah, let's go back to the where was that thing again? Let's show that again, because you know what? It's not being repeated enough. Enforcement, right? Not enforcement. Suspension. Right. So again, here it says Twitch will take actions, but with consideration of number of factors into consideration. So they have to consider intent, context, and the potential harm to the community, legal obligations, and others. So again, that is why you can see, even though people are doing all these things, like, yeah, majority of people who violate community guidelines is under this one. It's these things. Even though so many people do it, it still persists because reasons where we do not know why Twitch do not enforce their rules as strictly, right? And we understand that us individuals, we are unable to report any of this stuff. We are not able to report any of these things that's been done because it's can only be manually reported by the copyright holders, the people who actually owns the rights to this content, to these works. So really, it only become a problem if it gets too problematic. It starts affecting the publishers, the developers, the companies, their revenues or reputation, right? Only when that time comes, it will happen. And when that time comes, I hope any of you are not doing any of this content, because as far as I know, it has happened. Waves and waves of copyright strikes against people when it gets too much, right? When it gets too much, the companies will come after you, right? And hopefully you're not one of them. Of course, they will not catch everyone. They'll catch majority of at least the ones that are having a large following. They will catch those first. Just hope you're not one of them, all right? All right. And of course, there is another additional document. Music guidelines. This one, I would say it's outdated. But yeah, we'll talk about it. Because there's a part where it says you can use cover songs, but you can't. You can't. Twitch, there is a official statement from Twitch that says you can't do anything right now. This is an old document, so you just to let you know, all right? But in any case, music guidelines. Well, there is something else. If you are a musician to get started, make sure to get things started for an artist guide. There's such a thing. Get let's set up more showtime. Streaming, no matter you're going for Loki revive. Can go live events from phone. Find your fans. Going live just opening and Twitch where you can become a way to earn money. What is this? Sign up, people can get word, keep things positive. No idea. This doesn't. Oh, this is a whole new section. Yep, this is probably telling you how to set up yourself, but also mentioning that you can't use copyright stuff as well. But we'll look into his one, right? Finally. Music guidelines. Twitch values the work of songwriters, musicians, and other creative artists. As a company committed to supporting creators, we respect and ask our users to respect the intellectual property of those who make music and those who own or control music rights. We know that you may have questions about what types of music content you can safely share on Twitch. In order for you to better understand what users of music are allowed for your content, we further clarify these guidelines in the sections below. Okay. Sharing music on Twitch. We ask that creators only share content for which they have necessary rights. It is a violation of policies to stream or upload content containing copyrighted music unless you have the appropriate rights or authority to share such music on Twitch. Right. You may not include music you do not own in your Twitch streams or demand content, VODs, past broadcasts, past premieres, highlights, clips, and uploads, except as described below or otherwise permitted by law. Please note that by buying music or subscribing to a music streaming service typically does not grant rights to share this music on Twitch. So yeah, that question that you asked, Darkstar, is mentioned here. If you're using Spotify, doesn't mean you can use it elsewhere for your own purposes, like on YouTube or Twitch. Such a purchase or subscription typically grants you a personal license to access the content only for your personal and private playback. Soundtrack by Twitch. We understand that music rights are complex and that many of you would like a simpler way to add high quality music to your Twitch live streams. That's why we built Soundtrack by Twitch, to give you the ability to feature a curated library of fully licensed music within your live streams. We are also excited for you and your community to discover new artists along the way. Please note that as Soundtrack is built for live streaming, the music featured in Soundtrack is intended for use only in live Twitch broadcasts. We designed Soundtrack with multi-track audio so you can create on-demand videos of live streams that do not include this music but still have all the audio from you and your stream preserved for your future enjoyment. You can learn more about how to get and use Soundtrack by Twitch here. Right. And if anyone doesn't know, I'm actually using Soundtrack by Twitch right now. What you're hearing is supposed to be it will be only not recorded. What I'm saying, it will be on live. Once it becomes a VOD, you won't be there. There will be no music. All right. So it's cool for them to do something like this, and good for me as well, because I find it very hard to find ambient music to use on Twitch without getting flagged by its system. But yeah, I would recommend using this. A bit buggy, but I think it's working now. So far, I've not gotten any audio muted. But yeah, types of music content. Over here, this is something I think is outdated now, but they still keep it. In the sections below, we describe some common types of music content, along with some information about whether you may or may not share that content on Twitch. Here are some example types of music you may use in Twitch streams and on-demand content. Music owned by you. Alright. Simple. But we have to understand what exactly does this mean. The original music which was written by you and either recorded or performed live by you. and for which you own or control all rights necessary to share the music on Twitch, including the rights to the recording, performance, and to the underlying music and lyrics. Please remember that if you have a contractual relationship with an organization that controls rights to the content you create, such as a record label or publishing company, you should make sure that you are not in violation of that relationship by sharing that music on Twitch. So yes, this also partially answers your question, Darkstar, if you're still there. So if, let's say, you make music, but you're making music for a company as well, right? You have to know whether you can do it by understanding if you, not understanding, by knowing if the terms and conditions between you and the company allows it or not. Then there's music licensing, copyrighted music owned in whole or part by someone other than you, if you have secured the license to share it on Twitch from relevant copyright holders. Yep, which is what I'm doing right now, sort of. Because Twitch got the licenses from the respective artists for this app to use and for us to use. So if Twitch screws up somehow, then it's Twitch's problem, not us. So then, yeah, of course, yeah. Finally, it says music stream using soundtrack by Twitch. Music added to your live streams using soundtrack by Twitch. Good. Here are some examples types of music content you may not use in Twitch streams or on-demand content. Radio-style music listening show. So don't try and be cheeky and think that you can do a Twitch stream using just broadcasting a live radio from your own local place or something like that. And then there's DJ set. Playing and remixing pre-recorded music tracks which incorporate music other than music which is owned by you or music which is licensed for you to share on Twitch. Yeah. So don't try to be a DJ while mixing music that is not approved for you to use on Twitch. Licensed for you to use on Twitch. And there's karaoke performance. People do it. And still do it. A lot of people do it. Subsist. We can't do anything about it. As individuals, can't do anything about it. The copyright holders definitely can do something about it. So it really depends whether you're lucky or not, or unlucky for the sense. You don't get any copyright strike from them. Lip sync performance, pantomiming, singing, and pretending to sing to music that is not owned by you or is not licensed for you to share on Twitch. Yep. Even pretending to sing is not right. Visual music depiction, lyrics, music notation, tablature, or any other visual representation of copyrighted music other than music owned by you, music which is licensed for you to share on Twitch. Alright? So you can't post lyrics, music notation, tablature, or just really showing music, video that accompanies the music. Or the other way around. Music that accompanies the music. Music that accompanies the video. Right, okay, this one is the thing I want to caution people. If they are reading this guideline, do not follow this one. This is outdated. They are saying cover song performance of a song owned by someone else, with the exception of a live performance in your Twitch stream. If you do perform a cover song in the live Twitch stream, please make good faith effort to perform the song as written by the songwriter. You create all audio or elements yourself without incorporating instrumental tracks, music recordings, or any other recorded elements owned by others. So, let me say this. Let me try to explain you this clause. They are saying you can cover famous songs from Adele, Sam Smith, or whatever, as long as everything you do is through your own instrument, through your own voice. This used to be true when Twitch somehow was able to secure licenses for you to cover songs for you to perform on Twitch. Not anymore, right? Not anymore. The licenses have been retracted. You are unable to do this anymore. Don't try to follow this one. They have provided a article on it, right? Saying they have news has been reported on this, that this is no more such a thing. And when it happened, a lot of coverists or song artists got copyright strike or copyright. So I think at least not copyright strike, or at least not that strict, but there are content removed like that. So it happened. It was once upon a time you can do this, but now not anymore, right? Whether you're using your own instrument or not, you can't do it. Right. And they say about users permitted by law. Our community is a place of streamers to express themselves in remarkable, creative, and sometimes transformative ways. In addition to sharing the guidelines above, we think it's important to note that not all authorized users as infringing users. Some examples include users of works in the public domain and the users of copyright works that qualify for a defense under fair use and similar laws outside the US. We recommend reviewing the counter notification policies in our DMCA guidelines if you believe you have received takedown notifications from a rights holder as a result of a mistake and misidentification. So over here, they're telling two exceptions in law that you can commit copyright infringement. Right? So we are getting licenses and all that. One is using public domain, which in itself means that the work itself no longer is owned by anyone. That is why it's called public domain. Right? Public meaning to say you can use the, how do you say it? Not the original recording, all right? The composition of the music or the composition of the song. Use your own instrument, own voice to make a derivative work out of it. Right? You still can't use, let's say, if someone uses public domain work and they make a music out of it, you can't use that person's derivative work for your own. That is not allowed, because that derivative work is considered an original work in itself. It's a copyright. It's a copyrighted work itself, right? So that's something people should try to remember. People won't know about this, but yes, take note. Famous example of copyright music, public domain music, the Happy Birthday song, which was actually only recently announced as public domain because a few years ago it was, what company was that? I think it was Sony. I can't, probably not Sony. Damn, I made a video out of it and I forgot. Looking him up. It was originally thought to be owned by where is this? Warner Chappell Music. Yeah, it was originally owned by them, but apparently the courts found out they never had the copyrights. The original creators never gave them rights to use them. There was no evidence of it. But it somehow subsisted for decades, only until 2013. Yeah, 2013, 2016, the song became public domain. So anyone can sing "Happy Birthday to You, Happy Birthday." That song anyway now. All right, without fear of copyright infringement. So, you know what to do when my birthday comes. Well, never mind. Stupid joke. Anyways, let's continue. So, yeah, they tell you they tell you can use defense. You can use fair use as a defense. But again, it's a defense. It's not an immunity. It doesn't shield you from legal actions being taken against you, right? Right. And lastly, it says about how this impacts you. If you violate these guidelines, we may take actions under our community guidelines. Your content may also be subject to a takedown notification from music rights holders under our DMCA guidelines, or a takedown request under a reporting process for participating music rights holders. Music reporting process. These two processes are summarized below, and additional detail can be found in our DMCA guidelines and music reporting process help page. Twitch also scans creators' VODs and clips for copyrighted audio as a proactive measure to help broadcasters avoid creating recorded videos that contain unauthorized audio. A high-level overview of this system is described below, and details can be found in our muted audio help article. Right. It is all saying what Twitch can do if you did copyright infringement. DMCA process. The Digital Millennium Copyright Act, DMCA, and similar laws around the world require services like Twitch to take certain actions when rights holders claim that users infringe their copyrights using the service. Twitch has established DMCA guidelines that describe how Twitch receives notifications of claim infringement and retractions of those notifications from rights holders, removes allegedly infringement material, receives counter notifications from creators disputing those notifications, and issues penalties under its repeat infringer policy. These requirements apply to all types of copyrighted works, including music. For more information, please see our DMCA guidelines. We'll look into the DMCA guidelines. Not now. It's a big document. Yep, it's a big document. Don't have time for that. But suffice to say, they're saying copyright holders can't directly go for you. Most likely they'll go to Twitch first because they have an agreement with them, or as per their law, they would go to Twitch first for them to take actions against the copyright infringer. Then if let's say the person who committed the infringement wants to argue that they are not doing anything wrong, they can. But this means that there will be legal proceedings now. There will be legal actions taken against the infringer and the copyright holder. And that is not something you would have time or money to do if that happens. If that happens, you are doomed. Don't even think about counter notifications. Let's say it's clear cut. Yeah, it's a clear cut case that you have committed infringement. Then we have music reporting process. Twitch enters into contractual arrangements with certain music rights holders that describe how their copyrighted works can be used on its service. Those arrangements provide for a separate reporting and handling process, which we call the music reporting process. The process gives more flexibility to creators who inadvertently or incidentally include participating rights holders' copyrights in the content creators share on their channels. For certain egregious uses of the rights holders of copyright works, Twitch will issue a warning to creators for their first offense and issue penalties for subsequent offenses. Twitch may also suspend live stream or delete recorded videos that include music in a prohibited way. Yeah. So they say there is a specific process for music infringement as well, which I think is part of their automated content ID system. But yeah, as far as we know, Twitch has agreements with certain music right holders, probably the record labels, to do certain things and to help them speed up the processes of going against these copyright infringers. Alright. Then we have automatic muting or removal of recorded videos. In addition, Twitch may mute VODs and delete clips. For example, our audio recognition system detects that audio in our on-demand content contains unauthorized music. If you have the necessary rights to share music or other copyrighted audio in your Twitch VODs, you want to ensure that your VODs are not muted. To learn about how to appear muted audio, please read our help article on how to appear muted content. So yeah, let's say you've, like myself, encountered a couple of times with your VOD being muted. It's not the end of the world. It's just their system doing their thing, alright? Muting your audio is fine because it's not the entire stream, at least. It's only a small portion of your well, I guess it depends on how much you have been using your audio, or so your entire stream might have been muted entirely. But yeah, people don't seem to care about this because there is loopholes around this one. Mainly, one is the game music. Game music somehow is totally unmoderated, unrecognized by Twitch's system. So that is why you find a lot of people are able to stream copyrighted music despite having no rights to it, because they have been using game music or game or original soundtrack as a ambient music, which Twitch's music identification, music ID system would ignore totally. But yes, anyways, am I done? I think I'm done. All right. Supposedly, there are other things, but I don't think they are really important to talk about, as the emote policy, right? Emote policy, I don't think it is really important per se, because it's just a sort of repeat of the other community guideline stuff, just in emote form. Then this terms of events are cool. Oh yeah, this is just like linking to other documents that you should know. So yeah, we've managed to finish the entire community guidelines in 2 sessions in about 14 hours, 14 to 13 hours. Alright, let's not change the sad music, change it to lo-fi now. Alright, if anyone has any further questions, let me know. Not be taking a small quiet break right now, stretching myself, my back, and drinking some water. right? I hope it was a good one. I will be recapping the entire thing after this small break, but yeah, hope everyone was found this educational and I found it very insightful indeed. In terms of what is allowed really and what is not allowed, but also finding out Twitch is really lenient with their enforcement in certain aspects. Ah. It's a man. Ah, my voice is getting sore. Quite sore. Alright. Alright, okay. Let's see. I'll be recapping the entire thing again for the sake of completion, right? So meanwhile, if you have any questions you want to let me know, again, feel free to do so. This is a very casual live seminar, and it is a seminar I only do twice a month, and you don't get a lot of chance to. You're gonna get a chance, really get a lot of chance of me doing this often. And even if, let's say, I would say this, but it's not bragging or anything, but it's very expensive to go and watch a live seminar held by any lawyers. Even if, let's say, I'm not part of the society, the lawyer society or bar council, however you want to call it, it's quite expensive. They charge you at least 100 ringgit for my country. I guess I'm not sure for your countries, but 100 ringgit is a lot. It's about 30 to 40 USD for one seminar, and that seminar is probably lasts for 3 hours, like that. Not really talking much about the entire thing like I do. So I hope it was a valuable thing that you all are able to experience, right? Anyways, let's see. We're gonna recap the entire thing again, right? Okay, so we finally finished the entire community guidelines, which is, I would say, the major part of the entire Twitch legal documents. There are other things, of course, but I'm pretty sure it's either this or the copyrights that Twitch takes very seriously, in which they will in which they will enforce and take actions against. But yes, community guidelines, it is part of the legal document called terms of service. And because of that, community guidelines are binding, legally binding, meaning to say everyone has to comply it, no matter where they are, no matter who they are, whether they are streamers, they are users. It is whenever you use Twitch app, these terms and conditions apply to you, right? And yes, community guidelines are really more just of a, in terms of enforcement, more or less it's like a, this is what you should all be doing, right? This is what all should be putting yourself in this sort of a moral stance, moral point of view, to ensure that everyone using Twitch is safe, feels comfortable, and can enjoy whatever we stream, whatever content we are making. Okay? But in order to do that, Twitch has to spell out everything that is possibly very, very wrong. Even in any society, it should be considered very, very wrong. Especially certain categories of inside the community guidelines, like the hateful conduct and harassment, which I explained last session of the legal investigations. Okay. But yes, we'll go through one by one again and tell you that why, again, violating community guidelines is not the end of the world. Because even if, let's say, you get reported, Twitch will still have to consider a number of factors. Very vague, very broad factors, but nonetheless, not absolute whenever you violate some sort of community guideline. So, they have to consider the intent and context, alright, of the reported violation, and then the potential harm to the community, legal obligations, and others, right? If they find out these are not sufficient for them to take any actions against whoever you reported, they will not. Okay? Then we have all these other categories. Breaking the law. Very simple. Don't break the law. Do anything that is against the law, whether it is your local law, international law, or the laws in the United States. Alright? Then we have suspension evasion. If you got banned, you got suspended, you're trying to create more accounts or trying to avoid getting banned again or something like that, you can't do that, obviously, unless you appeal your first ban or suspension. If not, trying to avoid it, trying to circumvent this thing is really not a good thing to do. And we have self-destructive behavior. Okay? Self-destructive behavior. As I say, I've emphasized this. Do not speak as though. Do not use streams or do not use channels as a way for you to trauma dump whatever you have suffered through in your life, I mean, we can be understanding, we can talk about it in a very, very light version of whatever you've gone through, but we are not therapists. So as other users as well of other chatters or what, we come here to feel safe. We come here to be entertained. We come here to have fun, to be happy, right? To chill. But this is what I'm trying to say is, doing all sort of this, being, if you continuously be depressive, be in a mental distressive state, you might send yourself into a place where you won't be able to come back from, all right? Which is all I'm leading to is self-destructive behavior. So in any case, what I'm trying to say is, although this just says do not try to do anything that will show that you're although Trish is saying don't promote physical harm to yourself in any way possible, or encourage others to do the same, or use drugs, illegal drugs, physical trauma, dangerous consumption of alcohol, all this stuff to maybe drown out your pain or something like that. Do not glorify it, do not encourage it. I used to have this guildmate friend, and this music, let me skip. I used to have this guildmate friend who is very, his vocabulary is very depressive. I'm just saying this. It is like he had lost all hope in living. No matter how much we try to cheer him up, convince him, he has made his self-destructive behavior as an identity for himself, which I really do not like. I really hope people do not become to that extent. Like, no matter what other people are saying, no matter how fun how happy we can do things together, your mind is set in that state. I hope that my friend, that person, my friend, is doing okay now, but I'm not sure. I'm lost contact with him for some time now. But yeah, what I'm trying to say is, even before you start seeing people say things like that would activity, all right, so activity that will endanger your life, lead to a physical harm, encourage others to engage your physically harmful behavior is prohibited. So don't even have to start from there. We don't want to go there. If we go over there, it's already hard to come back. So whenever someone's in that mood, in that situation, try to bring it back, right? Bring them back. But if let's say we can't do it in our, it's not our capability to do any of that, we should really should just advise them to see a professional instead. Because as far as I know, therapists and all that works really well for some people. Okay, no, there shouldn't be any stigma of looking at finding therapists or psychiatrists. Yeah, that's the word. Then there's violence and threats. I don't think I have not explained this further, and I don't think I should explain this further. Don't be mean, don't threaten people with violence, harm, and all that stuff. Don't threaten them to kill them or anything. Don't do that. I have no idea why people do that, but don't do that. It's bad. It's doesn't help anyone. It doesn't make you strong. It doesn't make you feel powerful. It just makes you feel like a douche, right? Then there's hateful conduct and harassment. I should not be explaining this anymore. I've used an entire session just to explain this. But of course, regardless, this is a very important category, right? Try to look into this category yourself. If you do not want to read anything else, read this only. You find out things that you, in general, in life, you shouldn't be doing, right? Shouldn't be doing, because in our society there is a lot of occurrences of discrimination. For whatever reason, for whatever justification, there is a lot of this discrimination happening. All right, especially this month, which is very unfortunate. Moving on, we have unauthorized sharing of private information, which is also something I don't have to explain. Do not share other people's personal location, anything like that, without permission. Would even add that to say, even with permission, don't do it, right? Sharing private information would just generally be bad for, or be dangerous for people. Okay. Then we have unauthorized. We have impersonation. Don't try to pretend to be other people. Simple, clear, cut. Nothing to really explain. Right? Don't pretend to be a streamer. Don't pretend to be another user, so that you can harass or request something or whatever that is. Alright. Then there's account username and display name. Don't use your names to say. Don't use any username that is bad. Right? All these examples, the username is created on which may not include. Don't include any of these terms that are considered bad, right? Breaking the law, being a include terrorism, child exploitation, violence, hateful conduct, harassment, sexual harassment, unauthorized sharing of private information, impersonation. Not sure how you can include this in your display name or username, but okay. Glorification of natural or violent tragedies, self-destructive behavior, references to recreational drugs, hard drugs, and drug abuse, exception of alcohol and tobacco and marijuana. So if you want to be wine, cigar, weed, you can be wine, cigar, weed. If you want to for some reason there is exception to this, but okay. References to sexual acts, genital or sexual fluids. Yes, don't name yourself genitals, alright? It's not cool. It's really lame, actually. Why would people do that there? Alright, moving on. Spams, scams, and other malicious conduct. Again, very common occurrences in this platform. Lots of people spam, lots of people scam people. Lots of other things that people try to do. Fraudulent act, trying to share misinformation, trying to tamper. Yeah, trying to tamper. Yeah, your channel, your own channel, with increased views and all that stuff. Selling or sharing your user accounts, you can't do that, right? Although I've seen this in the terms of service, apparently you can share user accounts, but not explicitly. But then, even if you do, it's your own responsibility. Whoever created the account themselves, they have to be responsible for what other people are doing with their account. Reselling Twitch services for features, yes. Apparently someone has sold mod status to people. Okay, weird. Then we have defacing or attempting to deface websites, pages, or other Twitch services, such as uploading inappropriate or malicious content. Cheating a Twitch reward system, such as droppers channel points. I don't think this happens often, and if it does happen, I don't think it's possible to find out. Harmful misinformation actors, right? Don't spread misinformation. Do not try to deter people from taking vaccines while you're streaming for whatever reason, or do not deter people from doing something that is helpful to them. Okay? Do not try to create unrest, specific misinformation, right? So election rigging, ballot tampering, vote tallying, or election fraud. Don't just simply spout stuff like that without any proof, without any factual proof. Do not be part of a conspiracy that would actually promote violence, right? No, don't do that. Don't say anything false, like saying climate change is false, like all that stuff. Really bad. I am becoming very, very tired as I'm trying to recap the entire thing, but I'm holding up. I'm holding up. A bit drowsy now. Can't believe I'm becoming drowsy. But yes, let's continue. Then we have another really big topic: nudity, pornography, and other sexual content, which I explained very thoroughly, and how Twitch is in a state of double standard, not really double standard, of providing loopholes for their money bags, ATM machines, however you want to call them. That's my opinion, though, only my opinion. Of allowing sexually suggestive content into their streams, into their platform. But yeah, I think this is something people should really take more serious into, because the platform, as Twitch has said, there are minors using the platform, at least 13 years old. People of 13 years old are using the platform, right? Whether you're doing this sort of content for really just for yourself, for your own purposes, but again, we are content creators. We have a responsibility for trying to set an example for other people that watch us, that admire us, or do things that is inspired by us, right? Try not to set a bad example. What should be allowed to do, what should not be allowed to do, especially community guidelines. If you show your viewers, the people that support you, telling them it's okay to violate community guidelines, or to really how do you say, almost crossing the line between violating the community guidelines and not violating it, you would inevitably create more content creators that would try to mimic you as well. And the problem might become worse. You might be safe doing anything, but the people that are mimicking you, following you, they might not be as careful. And they might end up in big trouble because of things that you've done. Right, enough. I have to move on now. Then we have extreme violence, gore, and other obscene contact. These are unspoken things that we should. These are things that we can't really talk about, because it's probably things that are very disgusting, whether there's violence involved or not. And yes, don't try to Google it as well. You'll probably be scarred for life. Anyways, moving on. Intellectual property rights. Yes, I just talked about this. I think I shouldn't really delve into this too much. Right. Then we're going to move on. Again, copyright infringement. Don't do it. Simple. You have no reason to do it. There's no justification. You can't say you're doing something creative, really. It's the opposite of being creative, using someone else's work. Right. What sort of justification you can do? No, nothing. Other than because you want to have an easy route to do the things you like to do, or do the things that possibly increase your growth. So that's pretty much it. Not really an ethical reason to do any of it. If you want to do it legit. Try to do it the legit way. One man saying. Anyways, and continuing. Content labeling. Sad. Even though I find it's very important, but not a lot of people find it important. Trying to make sure your content is your labeling of your content is as accurate as possible. It's not something that everyone wants to try to do and think it's important or not. But if majority of people think it's not important to label your content accurately, what's the point of tags, right? And categories? Just use whatever you want. Why implement such a system in the first place, right? Then there's additional gaming content guideline. Right? Don't promote gambling. Don't refer your viewers to slots, roulette, and dice games. Simple. Do not cheat in online games. Something I've never knew was a thing that Twitch would prohibit, especially stream sniping apparently. Okay, but only not cheating on online games. Single player games, cheat all the way you want. The only people that you warn against is yourself. Closed alphas, betas, and pre-release games. So yeah, if you have been sponsored a game to play it, or somehow you've been blessed with a beta or alpha to do, because you sign up for a game to play. What I'm trying to say, if you sign up for a alphas, betas, and you got a key to do it, make sure you have the rights to play it on stream. If not, get into trouble. Right. Then there's off-service conduct. Even when you're not using Twitch service, your actions outside of Twitch is still important. You still have to maintain a certain respectable image of yourself and not do all those bad things that we always keep on repeating again and again, right? Which is violence, terrorists, mass violence, hate groups, non-consensual sexual activities, sexual assault, sexual exploitation of children, directly actions that will direct or explicitly compromise the physical safety of the Twitch community, explicit and all credible threats against Twitch, including Twitch staff, harmful misinformation actors, or persistent misinformation super spreaders. Right. All this you can't do, right? If people find out, really, I guess a pessimistic way, cynical way of thinking is the people that wants to do all these things are going to do it regardless if there's a community guideline telling them not to do. Of course, yes, but there are plenty of people that are still on the neutral stance, and which I hope I'm able to convince you to try and do things the right way, the legal way, alright? And for those that have already not doing any of these things, I compliment you. I applaud you for trying to be the best of yourself. Okay? There's a lot of you, so I appreciate anyone that is able to try to make a difference in this world. So yes, that is everything on community guidelines. And again, I hope this session, this stream was useful for you somehow. All right. Let's give ourselves applause. Anyone that has able to go through this entire stream, props to you. Anyone that has came by just now or recently or not for entire stream, good for you as well. I hope some of you are able to learn something and thought this is a productive stream at least somehow. And yeah, we've completed community guidelines and I'm excited to see what we'll do next. All right, we're gonna do YouTube maybe, but we'll see. Maybe I have a bunch of ideas of what, because there's so many legal documents to go through. Here, everywhere, anywhere. There's abundance of it. We might, as long as there might be things that we need to know before we might be how to say, doesn't necessarily have to be all this content stuff. Can be employment, can be some very general property laws as well, if people are interested actually. So in any case, I'm very tired. I'm very tired, but as always, we're going to raid someone. All right, if no one has any questions anymore, that's what we'll be doing. All right, okay. Let's see. Rating someone. Well, we do not have a lot of choice. And actually, if I found that if let's say I wait for some time, I wait a couple of time, the people that are popping up will come soon. The people that just started streaming will come soon. Because these people I've been streaming quite some time, so I do not want to rate them. So instead of rating someone, I'll spend a little time with you all, alright? Spend a little time with you all. I'll try to look again at 5 PM, see if anyone's streaming. But meanwhile, I'll see what I can do. But yeah, tomorrow is another XCOM 2 stream. I'm excited for it. Hopefully I'll be able to finish the game now, and we'll try another game like that. Nah, we're not trying a game like that. We'll try a different game, right? Probably another long game. I've been thinking of doing AI Somnium Files. It's a game I've been waiting to play, and I think I should be playing it either as a let's play or on stream. I'm certain. Let's go towards here at least. Okay. It's either AI Somniums or Ace Attorney. Right. Ace Attorney Spirit Justice Spirit? I can't remember. The final sequel to the Ace Attorney franchise series. I'll be playing that game as well. I want to play that game. Oh, but I have so many games as well to play. It's gonna be a long game as well. But I think I only played that Ace Attorney game after I finished the Great Ace Attorney Let's Play. I think I only have a couple more hours on that game, and I think we'll be done with it. Last case, I think we'll reach. I have not uploaded yet, but we'll probably be reaching trial stage of the case of the final chapter. But yeah, whoop whoop whoop. I'm gonna take a break. I'm gonna toilet actually, and we'll come back and see if we still have anyone to raid. If not, I'll continue to stream a bit more. Right. BRB in a moment. Alright, I'm back and I actually have another person just starting to stream to raid, right? And as always, I'm gonna do a shout out. I'm gonna be raiding Daffy, right? Oh, she's always, it's either her or someone else that's going to be starting streaming right now.
But gacha games is like so fun too. So Huggy, any kind of I don't know, give me sentences. Oh, brutal bone. Okay. Be prepared, chat. Ara Huggy-kun.
Oh, she has an RR team. Did not know about it. But yes, so we'll be going with that now. Thank you again, everyone, so much for watching. I hope this was an enjoyable stream. And we'll be seeing you tomorrow, right? Take care, stay hopeful, but be critical, right? Right. Bye-bye.
So yeah, happy. Oh. Jake! Thank you. Thank you for the raid, Jake. Welcome, raiders. Welcome, welcome. Welcome to the ocean. Hello. How's your stream, Jake? Hold it. You've been sentenced to raid. Thank you for the raid. Welcome, raiders. Hello, hello.